Good morning.
Morning, Your Honour. Please the Court, I appear with my learned leader, Ms Ward, in the inquiry today into Creewar Road, Glenallen, Big Jack Mountain Road, Cathcart, and Postman's Trail, Tanzanian, Gallow.
Thank you.
Inquiries.
Let's take appearances.
Your Honour, my name is Woodland. I appear for the Commissioner of the Royal Fire Service, the National Parks and Wildlife Service, and the Forestry Corporation of New South Wales.
Thank you, Ms Woodland.
Your Honour, my name is Pintos Lopez. I appear for Essential Energy, instructed by Spark Helmore lawyers. I understand that leave has been granted in relation to the Creewar fire only.
Yes, thank you, Mr Pintos Lopez.
My name is Rose and I appear for the Commissioner of New South Wales Police.
Thank you, Ms Rose. Mr Wilcox.
Yes, Your Honour. These are the opening submissions for the Coronial inquiries into the cause and origin of 3 fires that occurred within the southern part of New South Wales and which are closely connected together. Specifically, the hearing incorporates inquiries into the following fires. Firstly, the Creewar Road Glenallen fire, also known simply as the Creewar fire, which originated in the Snowy Monaro local government area, very close to its border with the Bega Valley Shire local government area. This area of country is encompassed primarily within the lands of the Narragaow and Yuin peoples. It burned for approximately 5.5 weeks between late January and early March 2020 and damaged an area of approximately 9,300 hectares. The damage caused by the fire included the destruction of around 9 homes and outbuildings, with a further 6 partially damaged. Secondly, the Postman's Trail Tanzanian Gallow fire, also simply known as the Postman's Trail fire, originated in the Bega Valley Shire. It's understood to have been the result of spotting from the very nearby Creewar fire, just 2 kilometres away. In fact, the fire was initially treated as part of the Creewar fire, but was later established as an independent fire within rural fire service systems for operational reasons, primarily because it was burning in the Bega Valley Shire as opposed to the Snowy Monaro region where the Creewar fire was burning. The Postman's Trail fire burns for a period of 6 weeks, damaging an area of around 12,200 hectares, and approximately 21 structures were destroyed or damaged in connection with this fire. Finally, the Big Jack Mountain Road Cathcart fire, also known as the Big Jack Mountain Fire, also originated in the Bega Valley Shire. It was first discovered on the same date as the Creewar fire and in relatively close proximity to it. The Big Jack Mountain Fire, however, is understood to have ignited independently of the Creewar fire, possibly as a result of lightning strike. The Big Jack Mountain Fire burned for approximately 6 weeks and damaged an area of approximately 19,600 hectares. Over 100 structures were destroyed or damaged, most significantly but not limited to the localities of Wyndham, Rocky Hall, Mount Darra and Devil's Hole. As I will detail later in these opening submissions, all 3 fires ultimately physically coalesced or joined, forming one larger continuous area of fire. The operational response of fire agencies and the subsequent approach of the Coronial investigation adapted an approach to these fires jointly in some respects. A combined hearing is being conducted in light of the closeness in time and proximity of and response to these 3 fires. Before turning to the circumstances of each fire, it's helpful to look at 2 maps. The first one being brought up now. The court will now see a map showing the ultimate footprint of 3 fires, with homes completely destroyed by fire represented with a coloured dot. The map only shows homes completely destroyed, as private residences damaged but not destroyed, including damage or destruction of outbuildings and businesses impacted by the fire, are not recorded in this map. Your Honour will generally see the purple area being Kariwa fire, blue area being Postman's Trail, and then to the south of that, the green area is Big Jack Mountain. I'll bring up a second map for Your Honour to view. This shows the final reach of the fires, but contextualising it with what was occurring elsewhere in the state, and particularly the southern part of the state during this bushfire season. Although this map shows the size of the fires as at 5 February 2020, almost 1 month before the 3 fires with which the court is today concerned with were extinguished, none of these 3 fires grew in any meaningful way between that date and when they were declared out. So that is to say that this map is a quite accurate representation of the final footprint of at least the Kariwa, Postman's Trail and Big Jack Mountain fires. To orientate yourself, Your Honour, to where we are, it's almost down the bottom of the page. Kariwa Road, Glen Allen, Postman's Trail, Big Jack Mountain, predominantly in that Bega Valley area, but spilling over to Snowy Monero, with a larger border fire beneath it and Badger fire above it. It is worth noting that despite the 3 fires burning tens of thousands of hectares and damaging or destroying well over 100 homes and businesses, it can be seen that the scale of destruction was relatively modest when compared with the fires burning elsewhere, even within the Snowy Monero and Bega Valley Shire regions. That observation is not made to minimise the unquestionable devastation experienced by residents and local businesses impacted by the fires, but merely to once again acknowledge the scale of the bushfire season on the state more broadly. The court will today hear evidence from 4 witnesses. Firstly, the New South Wales Police Officer in charge of the Kariwa Fire, Detective Senior Constable Robert Bruce, New South Wales Police Officer in charge of the Big Jack Mountain and Postman Trail fires, Detective Senior Constable Evan Gray, an RFS investigator for the Kariwa Fire, Rain Pete, REIN, second name PEET, as well as Essential Energy Vegetation Manager Mark Daley. In addition to that oral evidence, the court is about to receive the brief of evidence containing written witness statements, operational records of responding agencies, and a range of other documents involved in the management and investigation of the fires. I note, however, the court will not today traverse evidence concerning the adequacy of the operational response to the fires. The court is currently tasked with considering only the cause and origin for these and other fires across the state over the 2019 to 2020 bushfire season, and the court will then continue to further review the evidence and issues raised in each matter to determine which issues will proceed to a further and more detailed consideration via a representative case study. The hearing into representative case studies will occur at the Coroners Court at Lidcombe, commencing 5 September 2022. Anyone who seeks more details can watch the opening submissions made by Counsel Assisting Your Honour on 25 August 2021 via the links available on the Coroners Court website. Turning to the circumstances of each individual fire and their initial progression and ignition, a total fire ban declaration was enforced for 23 January 2020 for southern parts of New South Wales, including the far south coast region, which incorporates the Bega Valley Shire, due to forecasted unfavourable weather conditions. The Big Jack Mountain fire, at 7:50 a.m. on the 23 January 2020, a concerned member of the public called 000 and reported seeing smoke in an area of Big Jack Mountain Road near the town of Rocky Hall. I will now play the audio recording of that phone call.
Fire Brigade, can I help you?
G'day, I just noticed a fire out at Rocky Hawley.
What's on fire, mate?
I just saw a plume northwest of my location at behind the preschool at Rocky Hall. It's up towards the coal hole.
Can you give me a road that's nearby there, mate?
Big Jack Mountain Road.
Big Jack Mountain Road. Is it?
It might be easy coming from the top of the Cathcart down.
So is it near you at 1323?
1321 I am, but I can see it from in the northerly direction on the hill line.
How far away from your address?
It's probably in line of sight, probably 6 kilometres.
6 kilometres. And it's 6 kilometres in which direction, mate?
North.
North, northeast?
Northwest, sorry.
Northwest.
It's up on top of the hill. I'm not sure of the hill name.
Okay, righto, mate.
It's not Big Jack. It's up on the...
So it's Bushfire, you reckon?
Oh, yeah, she's a plume.
Right. Okay.
Northwest of Mount Darra.
Righto, mate. Not a problem. We'll get someone there.
Yeah, I'm going to go suit up. We'll go down to the fire station.
Righto, pal.
All right.
See you, mate.
Later.
This 000 call was followed by 4 others from members of the public and businesses that morning, all in relation to the Big Jack Mountain fire. RFS ground crews responded promptly and discovered the fire to be moving quickly in an easterly to southeasterly direction. An incident was created on the RFS operational icon system, and the fire became eventually known as the Big Jack Mountain fire. In terms of the Creewar fire, in little over 3 hours following the sighting of smoke related to the Big Jack Mountain fire, Essential Energy experienced a power failure at 11:17 a.m. in the vicinity of Creewar Road, Creewar. That area is located in the Snowy Monero region to the west of the Bega Valley Shire. Essential Energy staff patrolled the power lines in the vicinity of the power failure and observed a fallen tree to have impacted electrical equipment in an easement. Fire was observed burning in vegetation to the side of the easement. The fire was first reported to the RFS at 12:05 p.m. RFS ground crews responded and too observed the fallen tree and fire burning in nearby vegetation. The Creewar fire was created in the RFS system and it spread at an extreme and anomalous rate of 6 kilometres throughout the remainder of 23 January 2020. The final fire, Postman's Trail, the Detective Senior Constable Evan Gray is officer in charge of Postman's Trail fire and the Big Jack Mountain fire. In his report to the coroner, Detective Gray noted the Postman's Trail fire commenced on 26 January 2020 at about 11:31 a.m. as a result of high winds, causing Creewar fire to spot over to a new ignition point on Postman's Trail in Tanzanian, Gallow. Detective Gray confirmed that in his statement, but Your Honour will need to weigh this opinion against evidence which suggests that the Postman's Trail fire in fact spotted 3 days earlier on 23 January 2020 when the other 2 fires ignited. At 7:40 p.m. on the 23rd of January 2020, a separate area of fire approximately 2 kilometres to the east or southeast of Creewar fire was detected by line scan. Given the prevailing weather conditions and proximity to the Creewar fire, the separate area of fire was understood by the RFS to be the result of spotting from the Creewar fire. I'll bring up that line scan for Your Honour to view now. From that line scan, which has the time stamp at the bottom of 7:40 p.m. on the 23rd of January 2020, Your Honour will see the Creewar Road Glen Allen fire mapped with an icon towards the centre of the map. And perhaps we can zoom in a bit on that centre of this map. The line scan, of course, shows the actual fire here overlaid with the icon for Creewar Road and a new line road and Creewar Road. It is there, as Your Honour can see, a fire extending in a generally southeastern direction from the icon. And further southeast, Your Honour can then see the Big Jack Mountain fire with a separate icon and indeed a fire also spreading southeast from that icon towards the bottom of the screen. Of interest here is a small speck of fire on the line scan southeast of the Creewar fire and due north of the Big Jack Mountain fire. I'll attempt to have the cursor put over it, but your Honour will see a faint fire there in the area that I described. And it's understood that that distinct fire, not yet registered on icon, is the Postman's Trail fire in its early stages on the evening of the 23rd of January 2020. The genesis of what is understood to be the Postman's Trail fire is also demonstrated by a fire progression map, which will now be shown. This map shows the Creewar fire around the time of late evening 23 January 2020 and the early hours of 24 January 2020. Your Honour will see again a large fire mapped out on the left side of the screen with diagonal lines representing the Creewar fire. And there is a smaller fire also mapped out to its southeast, being a small circle with one diagonal line at this stage towards the centre of the screen. That small fire is understood to be the Postman's Trail fire, also in its early stages. Bringing up another map, it shows much the same thing, a map from around the same time showing a closer view of what is suspected to be the Postman's Trail fire. There south of the Cattleman's Track and within Southeast Forest National Park, with Creewar up to the top left, at that time a larger fire. Despite being only 2 kilometres from the main body of the Creewar fire, which was burning in the snowy Monero region, this spot fire commenced burning in the Bega Valley Shire. Over the coming days, the spot fire was operationally managed by the RFS as part of the Creewar fire. However, the spot fire, having by then established itself, was entered into the RFS system on the 26th of January 2020 as a separate fire named the Postman's Trail fire. This was an operational decision designed to facilitate a more effective response from the RFS, allowing different incident management teams to respond to the fires which now burnt across 2 LGAs. Turning to the progression of all 3 fires, as I have just described, it thus seems that all 3 fires commenced or were otherwise discovered on the same day, 23 January 2020. Due to weather conditions on that date, all 3 fires spread considerable distances and rapidly became established fires. Following the 23rd of January 2020, however, the rate of spread of fires slowed significantly to a daily rate of between 1 and 2 kilometres per day in various directions. That remained the case between 24 and 30 January 2020. And then unfavourable weather conditions on 31 January 2020 allowed all 3 fires to make significant runs. Creewar and Postman's Trail fires physically merged and formed a single fire on that date. The following day, 1 February 2020, fires again made significant runs. This time, the Big Jack Mountain fire coalesced with the already conjoined Creewar and Postman's Trail fires, forming one large continuous area of fire. On this date, the fires spread large distances of up to 13 kilometres. The progression of fires slowed again thereafter. The rate of spread dropped to distances of less than 1 kilometre per day, and by around 8 February 2020, following the impact of rainfall across the fireground, the fires stopped growing altogether. The Creewar fire was eventually declared out on 2 March 2020, and the Big Jack Mountain and Postman's Trail fires were declared out 2 days later on 4 March 2020. It should be noted that the Big Jack Mountain fire was originally created on Icon under the name Big Jack Mountain Road Rocky Hall Fire on the 23rd of January 2020 and was mistakenly authorised as out and amalgamated with the border fire to the south on 25 January 2020, despite those fires being separated by many kilometres at that stage and never going on to amalgamate at all. That error was rectified by the creation of a new fire icon on 26 January 2020, now simply called the Big Jack Mountain Fire. Turning to cause and origin, each of the officers in charge conducted an investigation into the cause and origin of their respective fires. We will hear evidence orally from Detective Senior Constable Bruce that the cause of the Creewar fire was arcing electrical wires caused by a tree falling on power lines in an easement near the corner of Creewar and New Line Roads in Creewar. The brief of evidence contains accounts of early eyewitnesses from both the RFS and Essential Energy who saw the tree impacting electrical equipment and a fire burning in its infancy in nearby vegetation. The court will also today hear oral evidence from RFS fire investigator Rain Pete, who has produced an investigation into the Creewar fire. Mr. Pete conducted a scene examination of the suspected area of origin of the fire on 16 April 2020. He found fire indicators such as angle of char and sooting, allowing him to track the fire to an area evidencing a tree having fallen on power lines. After eliminating other common causes of bushfire ignition, relying on his scene examination and reviewing secondary records relating to the power failure, Mr. Pete concluded that the fire was caused by arcing electrical wires caused by a tree falling on power lines. Included in the brief is a statement from Mark Daley, who was a vegetation manager employed by Essential Energy. The area where the Creewar fire is thought to have commenced is categorised as a P2 zone, which means it is considered to be of moderate bushfire risk. Only the areas of highest bushfire risk, P1, are required to be subject to the annual pre-summer bushfire inspection program. The area of the Creewar fire is expected to be subject to a maintenance cycle, including inspection and any required treatment every 2 years. The applicable tree clearance zone for the section of wires where the Creewar fire started was 3 metres. On the 21st of November 2019, contractors identified a work task for the bays between poles identified by the numbers 94 and 95. This was the same location where a tree in due course struck the wires, causing the Creewar fire. The work task was described in business records as Stage 1 HT, prune 3 eucalyptus trees, all marked with orange dot, down to below HV line height. An Essential Energy vegetation officer who logged the work task categorised the trees on a form as mature trees in severe decline, close together near pole 94. At that time, the trees were erroneously noted as encroaching within minimum clearance zones, but in fact they were outside the minimum clearance zones prescribed by Essential Energy. The pruning task was due to be completed by 21 December 2019, but that did not occur. Essential Energy followed up with its contractor on the 12th of January 2020 and received a response the next day indicating the task was partially complete, but an outage was required to complete it. Mr. Daley opines that the delay in completion of this pruning task was attributable to the extraordinary conditions of the 2019-2020 bushfire period, with Essential Energy and contractor resources focused on overdue tasks in P1 or high bushfire danger zones and emergency recovery efforts. The task was subsequently actioned on 23 April 2020. Critically, Essential Energy was unable to identify whether the tree that struck the power line on 23 January 2020 was one of the 3 trees which were marked for pruning on 21 November 2019. Furthermore, lightning strike data was obtained as part of the fire progression report for the larger border fire south of the Creewar complex, which commenced earlier on 31 December 2019 and progressed across the Victorian border. The data recorded a lightning strike on the western edge of the area where the Creewar fire ignited. That lightning strike occurred at 1:17 p.m. on 20 January 2020, almost 3 days exactly before Essential Energy detected a fault in its power line at a suspected point of ignition at 11:17 a.m. on 23 January 2020. It's notable that fire progression mapping indicates no fire activity in the Creewar Road area prior to 23 January 2020. and the court will hear evidence today which it is anticipated will support the likelihood that it was a falling tree impacting power lines on 23 January 2020 rather than the lightning strike on 20 January 2020, which caused the Kariwa fire ignition. The suspected areas of origin of the Big Jack Mountain and Postman's Trail fires, on the other hand, were not the subject of scene examinations by police forensic officers or RFS fire investigators. Regardless, the material in the brief of evidence lends some support to the conclusion that the Postman's Trail fire was caused by spotting from the Kariwa fire, including the line scan taken at 7:40 p.m. on 23 January 2020, earlier displayed to Your Honour, which showed an area of fire that can be seen burning separately from the main body of the Kariwa fire. That spot fire was first mapped by the RFS at about 12:15 a.m. on 24 January 2020. For the next 2 days, the spot fire was managed as part of the Kariwa fire until 26 January 2020, when it was documented as a separate fire. Other RFS records in the brief refer to the Postman's Trail fire as being a spot over from the Kariwa fire, and that was clearly the understanding of the RFS at the time of the fire. However, in the absence of a scene examination by investigators or other evidence capable of excluding other potential causes of ignition, it appears likely that the cause of this fire will be undetermined, despite a reasonable suspicion that it was caused by spotting from the Kariwa fire. The position is somewhat similar with respect to the Big Jack Mountain fire. Records in the brief of evidence suggest that the understanding of the RFS at the time of responding to the fire appears to have been that it was caused by a lightning strike. That position gained some support from lightning strike data, which shows 3 lightning strikes occurring on the afternoon of 20 January 2020 between 12:35 and 1:53 p.m. within the vicinity of the Big Jack Mountain fire. That is, of course, 3 days prior to the first signing of smoke being reported by members of the public. The inference thereby is that a low-intensity fire burned in a remote location for almost 3 days before becoming established enough to generate smoke capable of being seen by the community. The lightning strikes in question have been recorded on a map which will now be shown to the court. Your Honour will see the Big Jack Mountain fire in the centre of the screen in grey, representing fire progression on for the Big Jack Mountain fire, and 3 lightning strikes in the vicinity of that fire on its western edge and slightly above from the 20th of January 2020. However, in the absence of scene examinations by fire investigators or other conclusive evidence, alternate causes of ignition cannot be reasonably excluded, and it's likely that the cause of the Big Jack Mountain fire will also be undetermined. I turn to the brief of evidence for the Kariwa cluster, Exhibit 60, capital A. I'm informed that Spark Helmore are having difficulty seeing the evidence which is being displayed, so if it's convenient to have a brief adjournment and we can attend to those issues, please, Your Honour.
How long would you like? Okay, just take 5 minutes and adjourn briefly. Thank you. This Coroners Court is temporarily adjourned. Yes, Mr Wilcox.
I call Detective Senior Constable Robert Bruce.
Thank you. Detective Bruce, can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. Just hear from the court officer.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Officer, would you please state your name, rank and station?
Yes, my name is Robert Bruce, Detective Senior Constable, and I'm attached to Monaro Criminal Investigation at Glenview Police Station.
You provided a statement dated 28 November 2021 to this inquiry.
I did, yes.
Is there anything in that statement that you wish to correct or amend?
No.
One thing I just picked up on review is paragraph 10, you refer at page 3 to 8:30 a.m. on the 12th of March 2021 that you emailed some Anthony Evans from National Parks and Wildlife Service. Did you mean there to refer to 2020?
I'll just go to that paragraph. Give me a moment. Yes.
Yes. Other than that, is everything expressed in that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is, yes.
You were the officer in charge of the Krewa Road fire, are you?
Yes, I was.
And that fire commenced on 23 January 2020 and was declared out by the 2nd of March 2020, correct?
That's correct.
And were you allocated the role to investigate this fire as part of your support of Strike Force Toronto during February 2020?
Yes, I was.
On the 13th of February 2020, did you go to the Cooma Fire Control Centre with Detective Senior Constable Waldron from the Arson Unit?
I did.
And there you met Incident Controller Superintendent Jim Durant, who had responsibility for all Snowy Monaro fires at that time. And he informed you that the RFS fire investigator, Mr. Rain Pete, was investigating Krewa, did he?
That's correct, yes.
On the 23rd of April 2020, Mr. Pete emailed you latitude and longitude information for the suspected point of origin for Krewa, did he?
Yes, he did.
And did he identify at that time a likely cause of the fire?
Yes, he did.
And what did he indicate that cause was?
Likely the down power lines in that area.
You performed a cause and origin investigation at the scene on the 16th of April 2020?
Yes, I did.
And where did you identify that location to be in terms of what structures or otherwise were there?
So I attended the coordinates, which was minus 36.71291, 149.39162, which is a slight clearing in that area, and identified a tree that had been struck by, or it appeared to be fallen, and a bit of debris on the ground as well.
Was that easement near 1559 New Line Road, Glen Allen?
That's correct, yes.
Were you able to identify at any time who that property belonged to where the easement ran through?
No.
On the 30th of April 2020, did Mr. Pete send you some photographs from his own cause and origin investigation?
He did, yes.
And on that day, you made a number of inquiries, including with Essential Energy about any incidents that may have affected the area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that day, did you receive fire progression and prediction data from the RFS and yourself review several RFS documents relating to the Krewa fire?
That's correct, yes.
Um, you attended the scene of the cause and origin, to do a cause and origin investigation of the Kariwa fire on which day?
That was the 6th May 2020.
I think I earlier referred to the 16th of April 2020, but that was the day that Mr. Pete attended the on his own to undertake a cause and origin inquiry. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then when you attended yourself on the 6th of May 2020, what did you there identify that was of interest?
Like I said previously, when I attended on the 6th of May, there was a fallen tree and there was a bit of debris around pole 279994. There was some insulators and other components on the ground that were damaged.
I'll bring up now some photographs from your statement. This is a image from, do you have the red coloured pagination with you? Page 67.
Yes.
Yes, and you can see on the screen there, that is from your page 47, zoomed in towards the bottom of the page.
Yes.
What does this picture show?
So it shows the fallen tree I referred to earlier.
I'll bring up the next page to be displayed. Does this show the same tree?
It does, yes, different angle.
And then going down on the same page, or rather, we'll now turn over the page to page 69 of the brief. What does this image now displayed at the top half of that page show?
It shows the other direction from, I basically just turned around 180 degrees and took a photo facing the other way.
So this does not show the fallen tree, is that correct?
It does not.
Just moving down on the same page, that's a telegraph pole with a registration number ending 94. Is that the pole that you earlier referred to where there was debris nearby?
That's correct, yes.
Was pole 94 featured in any of the other photos that we've just seen as part of your statement?
I'll have to refer, I'll just go back a bit and no, doesn't appear to be in any of the previous photos. Sorry, yes, yep. So the one above that photo. So if you move back up on that page of the statement, that's that pole there.
That's that pole, pole 94.
Page 69.
That's right.
Page 69. And do you say that the fallen tree is not in that picture?
No, it doesn't appear to be.
What was it that drew your attention to pole 94 when you made your investigation?
That debris on the ground definitely drew my attention to that area.
Perhaps we'll bring that up. The next page is page 70 of the brief. Is that the debris you're referring to?
That's right. Yeah, the insulators and the other components from the top of the pole.
And we'll move down the page for completeness. Is that the same debris taken from a slightly different angle?
That's correct, yes.
And this pole that's displayed in both images on page 70 is pole 94?
That's correct.
Again, for completeness, turning to the next page, 71, I'll bring that up. Is that also pole 94?
That's correct.
You understand that between each telegraph pole there are bays, which is the space where the wire runs. Do you know which bay, be it from 94, 95 or another one that the falling tree struck?
It would have been, how to describe it on the photo here. So if you're looking at that photo that's on the screen now, it would be to the left of that. So the tree would have been between that pole and the pole to the left of that pole, and the wires would have been struck in that area there. Does that make sense? Does that?
Yes. Do you know the number of the pole to the left of 94 as we look at it now?
I do not know. No, sorry.
How close was the tree to this pole 94?
It would have been roughly about 40 metres, but judging by the photo. There was no measurements taken in relation to that.
I'm sorry, what was that last part that you
There's
said?
no measurements taken in relation to the distance. I can only judge by that photo on page 69 of the brief.
Do you know if the fallen tree that you observed was laying where it had fallen from the earth, or had it been moved, or are you unable to say?
Unable to say.
That part of the brief can be taken down for a moment. I'll bring up the next images, which is not assigned a particular page as I understand in the brief, but is a zoomed in image of elsewhere in the brief. I'm showing you there some trees with orange spots on them. And I want to ask, do you recognise those trees at all from your investigation of the Kriwa origin fire?
I can't say I do.
No. I'll just move to some other pictures of the same area and just have you observe them. Just a moment. Do you recognise that area at all?
I do, yes.
And where was that relative to where the tree that fell down that you observed was?
It'd be very, very close. Obviously, the scene was a lot different to when I attended. There's a lot less green, but I would say that, and I would be just assuming this, that the tree that you can see leaning would be in a similar position.
Is that the tree that you see leaning, did you say, on the right of the screen?
That's correct, yeah, on the right-hand side of that picture.
I'll just bring up another photo for you.
Mr. Wilcox, do you have a reference just for the...
Yes, of course. I'll just, a moment. It's page 113-138.
Thank you.
Behind tab 11B.
Yes, thank you.
And they're quite zoomed in pictures that I'm now showing the witness at the bottom of that page. Perhaps if the next image can be brought up.
And that's from the same page.
Yes, they're all from the those thumbnails at the bottom of 113 to 118. Do you recognise that tree at all? I appreciate it's quite close up.
Yeah, I can't say I do, unfortunately.
I'll bring up the next image. That was shown to you earlier. I'll bring up the next image. Again, from a slightly different angle, you don't recognise any of those trees per se, do you?
Not per se, no.
Just for the records,
All from page 113 to 1.
we could say it's 1, 2, 3, the fourth one across,
Yes.
the orange dot on one of the trees and a bit of pink tape around it.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's all good. And finally, I'm showing you now the last image on the right-hand side at the bottom of page 113 to 138. Do you recognise that area at all?
It looks like the same area where I was investigating that point of origin.
Can you say from looking at that image where the fallen tree was, or are you unable to say?
Unable to say.
When you saw the fallen tree on your scene examination, did you see any orange marks on that tree?
No.
Did you move the tree at all?
No.
Thank you. That image can be removed. On the 7th of May 2020, did you receive some information from Essential Energy?
I did.
Did you receive information that a pole 96 was affected and a crossarm was replaced and conductor splice was installed there?
Yes.
I'll show you, I'll bring up page 80 of the brief. This is an image that you received from Essential Energy, which was a vegetation contact report form. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you understand that was completed by Mr. Darryl Worley on the 10th of February 2020?
Yes.
And you understand that to be the fallen tree that you also looked at, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then turning a page to page 81, is this also information received at that time from Essential Energy with a picture of the fallen tree that you also observed?
That's correct.
That image can be taken down. Did you on the 7th of May 2020 report the Creewar fire to the State Coroner?
I did.
Are you aware of any lightning strikes that impacted the area of Creewar on the day of 23rd of January 2020 when the tree hit the pole, the wires?
No, I'm not.
Was there anything in your investigation to suggest to you that the Creewar fire started any earlier than the 23rd of January 2020 or any later?
No.
And was there any evidence of lightning strike in that area when you made your cause and origin investigation?
Not that I know of, no.
And was there anything to suggest any human involvement in the starting of that fire?
No.
Did you on the 8th of June 2021 receive Mr. Pete's fire investigation report?
Yes, I did.
It was his conclusion that the cause of that fire at Creewar on the 23rd of January 2020 was from a tree falling on a power line, resulting in a fault reported to Essential Energy at 11:17 a.m. and then reported to the RFS at 12:05 p.m. that day. Do you share that opinion?
I do, yes.
That's the evidence, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Woodland, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you, Your Honour.
Ms. Rose, do you have any questions?
Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Pintos Lopez.
Just one question, Your Honour, if I may.
Yes.
Well, it might be two, actually. Yes, Detective Senior Constable, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I am.
My name is Pintos Lopez and I appear for Essential Energy. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
Could the witness please be shown page 80, the photograph at page 80 of the brief of evidence?
Yeah, we'll just get that brought up.
Now, you'll recall that just a moment ago, Detective, you said to the court that that fallen tree was in a similar position to a leaning tree that you identified in another photo. Do you recall that?
I did say it, yes.
Yes. Now, Detective, you notice there in that photo that there's rather a large rock in front of, in roughly about the centre of the photo, in front of the tree.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes,
Could the witness please be taken, Your Honour, to the very first of the photos from page 113, 138?
Yes.
Now, Detective Bruce, if I could just ask you, just doing the best you can looking at that photograph, you don't see that rock at all in the foreground of that photograph, do you?
No.
No further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Anything arising?
No, Your Honour.
Wilcox? Thanks very much, Detective. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honour.
I think we're taking
Yes, Your Honour.
adjournment now, aren't we?
Attend to some technology.
We will resume at 12:10. Thank you. Take the adjournment.
Silence, please, all stand. This current record is temporarily adjourned.
Yes, Mr Wilcox.
I call Detective Senior Constable Evan Gray.
Mr Gray, Senior Constable Gray, can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can, Your Honour.
All right, you'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Officer, would you please state your name, rank and station?
Yeah, it's Evan Gray, Senior Constable, Bega Police Station.
You provided 2 statements to this inquiry, first being 5th of February 2021 regarding the Big Jack Mountain fire investigation, and secondly the 13th of October 2021 for the Postman's Trail fire investigation, correct?
Correct.
Are both of those statements and everything within them true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
At the time, yes.
Is there anything you wish to correct or amend specifically in either of them at this time?
I believe just the times and dates of the origins of the fires. There may be a little bit of an indiscretion there on my statements.
Very well. We'll address that in due course. You are the officer in charge of both the Big Jack Mountain and Postman's Trail fires, are you not?
I am.
I'd like to ask you some questions about reporting of fires and investigation of bushfires generally. At the time of the 2019 to 2020 September Black Summer bushfires, were you familiar with the bushfire reporting criteria for reporting bushfires to the coroner?
Yes.
And you understood at that time the criteria for that fire, for that season and onward, included death or serious injury to persons, extensive property damage, criminality suspected or deliberately lit in terms of origins of fire, or that the fire, an inquiry is requested by the Minister, Police Commissioner, Fire Commissioners or the State Coroner?
Correct, they're the 4 points.
And did you at the time of 2019 to 2020 bushfire season receive from time to time nemesis memos from Detective Chief Inspector Puffett about reporting of bushfires within that period?
Yes.
Were you familiar with the police handbook and training resources which provided the police to investigate bushfires regardless as to whether they meet coronial reporting criteria, and that the coronial reporting process does not negate obligations to conduct criminal investigation?
Yes.
You yourself are not a trained arson investigator or fire investigator, are you?
No.
But at the time when you completed these statements, you were performing role as a detective senior constable, were you not?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Strikeforce Toronto standard operating procedures for 2019 to 20, providing that all bushfires, no matter how large or small, are to be recorded on the COPS system, computer operational policing system?
Yes.
And finally, is it likely that you read or were aware of a memo from Detective Chief Inspector Puffett on Nemesis from 21 March 2020 to the effect that bushfire investigations are owned by the police area command or police district from which the subject of fire originates? Correct. And at the time of these, your investigation, you were aware that you were understood that due to the unprecedented magnitude of the bushfire season, many bushfires indeed cross police area commands or police districts or even region boundaries, and that in those cases it will be expected that those commands, districts and regions cooperate with one another to ensure adequate resources are made available for cause and origin investigations, as well as thorough investigation of impacted persons, properties, utilities and infrastructure. Is that correct?
That's correct, and there's also the State Crime Command part of the investigation as well, which Detective Chief Inspector Puffett is part of or was part of.
And it's your understanding at the time of the 2019-2020 bushfire season that individual police districts such as your one and investigating police could contact State Crime Command to see what further assistance could be given for particular bushfires on an operational as-needs basis. Is that correct?
Sorry to
Correct in
interrupt.
that.
Sorry to interrupt. We've got some problems with the recording. We're just going to have a short adjournment while we sort it out. I'm very sorry, Senior Constable.
That's okay.
We'll just take a very short adjournment.
Yeah.
Coroner's Court now resumes.
Yes, Mr. Wilcox, you may have to ask that last question again.
Yes, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Detective Senior Constable Gray, you were just giving an answer where you identified that Detective Chief Inspector Puffett is part of the State Crime Command. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you agreed with me, didn't you, that you, at the time of 2019 to 2020 bushfire season, were aware that individual districts and investigators such as yourself could avail yourselves to ask State Crime Command for further assistance in bushfire investigation at that time?
Yes, under Strike Force Toronto.
Thank you. Turning to the context in which you investigated these fires, did you assist with fires other than the Postman's Trail fire and Big Jack Mountain fire during the 2019 to 2020 bushfire season?
Yes.
Can you describe to the court your involvement with some of these other fires?
Yes, so I was part of the Strike Force, or the investigative team for the state, the Badger State Forest Fire, whereby seven people were killed in that fire. I was 2IC behind Detective Senior Constable Glenn Bradley, who was also part of the State Crime Command Financial Crime Squad. So effectively, I was working under his umbrella, investigating the circumstances surrounding the Badger State Forest Fire. That was my main involvement.
I'll have brought up page 10 of the brief for the court and yourself to have a look at. This is a document which you included in your own statement, but this is a clearer image taken from page 10. It shows, doesn't it, bushfires affecting the southern region of New South Wales during, at that time, 5 February 2020 from Spatial Services New South Wales. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you can see your two fires, Big Jack Mountain and Postman's Trail, faintly towards the bottom of the screen, but with a much larger Badger fire to its north, dwarfing it in size and impact. Is that correct?
Yes.
That image can be removed. When were you allocated, are you able to say, responsibility to investigate the Big Jack Mountain fire?
On or around the 5th of February.
Which year?
2001.
Do you mean 2021?
2021, apologies.
Are you guided in that assessment having regard to your statement of the same date?
Yes, so I would have started my statement and then conducted some investigations surrounding the details of the Big Jack Mountain fire.
Can you say when you were allocated responsibility to investigate the Postman's Trail fire?
Yes, it was much later. It was on or around the 13th of October 2021.
Again, that's the date of your statement that relates to that fire, correct?
Correct.
Were there any difficulties with the cross police district nature of some of these fires and how that impacted your involvement in investigation?
Yes, there was.
Could you describe those difficulties?
There was some confusion as to whether, in particular, the Postman's Trail fire whether or not it fell into our jurisdiction, like you just previously explained, where if a fire originates in a particular LGA or police district, they're in charge of the investigation and and in charge of compiling the brief of evidence relating to that fire.
What was the closest police district to the Postman's Trail fire where that confusion came from?
Snowy Mountains, or the Monaro.
Did the Postman's Trail fire ultimately come under the purview of the Bega Valley Police District?
Yeah, it ended up coming under the Bega Valley Police District, hence why I was allocated the investigation. That's why the statements are a bit later on of that, because of that confusion.
I'll bring up page 143 of the brief for the court and for yourself to see on the screen.
Yes.
Can you describe to the court what this image shows?
Yes, this is the general area of the fire ground of the Big Jack Mountain fire.
And you have there at the bottom of the screen Big Jack Mountain as a waypoint with the green icon. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is this an image you derived from Google Maps?
Yes, it is.
I'll bring up 2 pages over page 145 to now be displayed. This image shows the approximate area of origin with an icon, does it?
Yeah, but to the best of my knowledge.
Did you input the data that led to that icon being placed on the Google map?
Yes.
And from where did you receive that data?
From other documentations in relation to point of origin.
You described the area of the general point of origin as Big Jack Mountain, consistently with that image as, and Cathcart more generally, as rugged bushland with sporadic farming and private properties scattered either side of Big Jack Mountain, did you?
Yes.
You described the topography of the general area as steep terrain which climbs from the top of Big Jack Mountain by approximately 6 degrees, leading from the bottom to the top of the mountain. That image can be removed. From where did you receive that particular information, can you say? I'm referring to paragraph 6 of your statement of Big Jack Mountain.
Yeah.
At page 146.
I can't recall where exactly I received the information relating to the degree of the terrain. However, the topography in general, I'm aware of as I've been out to those locations before. I didn't go out to those fire grounds post fire, but I have been out into that general vicinity before for unrelated investigations.
And is that then to the Cathcart area, are you saying?
Yes.
Can you say where you obtained the majority of the information that informed your investigation into the Big Jack Mountain fire?
Not particularly. I think it was just a build-up of all the pieces of information I had access to. So, for example, other police statements, cops events, possibly Google, Wikipedia, in relation to Google Maps in relation to surrounding suburbs of the Big Jack Mountain. A variety of different sources.
Did you have regard to any Rural Fire Service information?
Yes.
Turning to your investigation, at paragraph 23 of your statement behind tab 16 for the Big Jack Mountain fire, which is page 157 of the brief, you then noted there were 34 destroyed residences, 40 destroyed outbuildings, 8 damaged residences, 20 or... there it says 20 in words and then 2 in brackets, damaged outbuildings and 1 damaged facility. Firstly, are you able to clarify whether it's 22 or a different number where there's that discrepancy, or you can't remember?
I can't remember.
Yes?
Yeah. I'll only be assuming, but I would say that the word would be correct, because obviously type the word first and then in brackets, so I may have just missed the 0 and then the bracket.
Yes. In any event, when you made your statement and were aware of that extent of property damage, were you then aware that this fire was reportable under the applicable criteria?
Yes.
And you understood then that as this was a bushfire in 2019 to 20, it required a cause and origin investigation, irrespective of whether it was also reportable to the coroner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When, in terms of discharging that obligation of a cause and origin investigation, does that usually or always require a scene examination physically, either from yourself, RFS, or some other body?
Yes, but if it was from myself, it'd be a cursory examination quite early on, and then other resources would be thrown into it, like crime scene, like New South Wales and fire investigators, trained fire investigators.
And it would be a cursory examination from you because you don't have the training to undertake a cause and origin inquiry in terms of having regard to fire indicators, point of ignition and so on.
Correct.
Do you know whether the Rural Fire Service undertook a cause and origin investigation for the Big Jack Mountain fire?
I believe they did.
Can you say for certain, or are you unsure?
No, I'm unsure.
Did you ask for State Crime Command assistance for the Big Jack Mountain fire investigation at all?
No, I didn't.
It's the case that you yourself didn't request or organise a physical examination of the suspected point of origin of the Big Jack Mountain fire, did you?
No.
And as you gave an answer earlier, yourself, you've never been to the suspected area of ignition or its surrounds since the Big Jack Mountain fire started, have you?
No, it was quite late. The task of me preparing a brief for the coroner was given to me quite late in the piece, as there was some confusion around fires and fire names. There was, I wouldn't say hundreds, but there was many different fires throughout that period. And the bigger fires, like the likes of the Border Fire, the Badger State Forest Fire, and alike, took precedence in relation to investigative resources that were exhausted.
Did you have personal familiarity with the type of terrain where the suspected point of origin for the Big Jack Mountain fire was?
Not intimate knowledge. I know I have been to those grounds prior to the fires, and I know from what's explained in paragraph 3, I think, of 2 of my statement, and that's pretty close to the terrain and topography of that particular area surrounding Big Jack Mountain.
Can you say at what time, when you say you've been to those grounds prior, you might have gone to the area of the Big Jack Mountain fire or that locality?
Within the last 4 years, because I've only been in Bega 4 years. I was actually a police officer in Sydney prior to 4 years ago. So it would be maybe 2 years ago I visited that area. When I say visited, I mean just passing through, driving past, the Cathcart area.
Are you aware of if there are any walking trails or campsites near the area of origin?
No.
In your statement at paragraph 6, page 146 of the brief, one moment. Paragraph 5, you've noted there are several fire trails in and out of the bushland that are unsealed with varying degrees of accessibility. So it's the case that there are fire trails near the bushland of Big Jack Mountain. Is that correct?
Yes, they're quite visible from Google Earth.
All right, but you haven't seen them yourself?
Yes, satellite imagery.
Did you obtain lightning strike data for the Big Jack Mountain fire? Do you recall?
Yes, I did.
Are you certain of that?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain of that.
I suggest you didn't refer to specific lightning strike data in your statement of 5 February 2021. Do you accept that?
Yeah, I do. I do accept that it's not in my statement. I think that those inquiries were made post-statement.
At paragraph 22 of your statement, dated 5 February 2021, at page 157 of the brief, you stated that the Big Jack Mountain fire was believed to have ignited on or around the 23rd of January 2020 and was declared extinguished 4th of March 2020. You agree with me on that?
Yes, that's what's in my statement.
Yes, and then over the page at paragraph 25, you again stated that the Big Jack Mountain fire commenced burning on the 23rd of January 2020. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And finally, at paragraph 30 of your statement, which is the same statement at page 160, you stated there that the Big Jack Mountain fire was caused by a lightning strike on the morning of 23 January 2020. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Additionally, in your report to the coroner, which is tab 15 of the brief and page 140, under the heading Circumstances of Fire, you wrote the Big Jack Mountain fire was reported as a smoke sighting in the Cathcart area on the 23rd of January 2020 following storm activity and a band of lightning which occurred the previous night. Do you agree that that's what you've stated in the report of fire to the coroner?
Yes.
And is it your understanding, or do you agree that the fire was first reported by a person, by locals early on the 23rd of January 2020 who called 000 in the morning?
Yes.
Is the identification then of 23 January 2020 as a start date for the Big Jack Mountain fire informed by the Rural Fire Service information that you were supplied?
Yes.
And 23 January 2020 was the date that the fire first became known, it seems, on the evidence to anyone. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
I'll bring up page 4 of the brief for you to view. Can you see a page now displayed?
Yes.
Stepping through that document, the title refers to lightning observed in the vicinity of the Big Jack Mountain Road, Rocky Hall fire prior to the fire being authorised as going. I'd ask you at this stage to accept that Big Jack Mountain Road, Rocky Hall and Big Jack Mountain fire are effectively and relevantly the same fire. Do you understand that?
They are the same fire, yes.
You'll see there that the Big Jack Mountain fire was authorised as going on the 7:54 a.m. on the 23rd of January 2020. You see that?
Yes.
That's consistent with it, isn't it, with the first 000 call or thereabouts on that morning?
Yes.
Then, somewhat confusingly, there is a reference to lightning strikes between 19 January 2020 and 24 January 2020 at the second paragraph, second line under Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Do you see that?
I do.
And then the next reference is the third paragraph where there is reference to lightning strikes within the vicinity of the Big Jack Mountain fire, this time on the afternoon of 30 December 2019. Do you see that entry?
Yeah. Yes.
I'd ask you to ignore that reference as it seems inconsistent with the rest of the document. Similarly, there is a heading subheading starting table 75, metadata for lightning strikes, which occurred on 31/12/19 UTC. You see that entry?
Yes.
Again, I'd ask you to disregard that date as it's inconsistent with the rest of the document. However, the most important part of this document is the table. You see the right column recording the table recording 3 lightning strikes, with the lightning strikes identified in the left column.
Yes.
And then in the furthest right column, there is a timestamp of Australian Eastern Daylight Time. You see there that 3 lightning strikes are recorded on the 20th of January 2020, do you?
Yes, I do.
And you'll note they're 12:35, 13:27 and 13:53. I now wish to bring up the next page of the brief, which is page 5. This is a fire progression map, which has, on the one hand, data from the Big Jack Mountain fire from the 23rd of January 2020, when it was first going, in the centre of the page with the title in grey and black. You see that entry?
Yes.
And it is overlaid with lightning strike data from 20 January 2020 to 21 January 2020 as to where that lightning struck. If we zoom into the Big Jack Mountain fire, you'll see, can't you, there are 3 lightning strikes in close proximity to Big Jack Mountain Road Rocky Hall fire, ending in 391, 500 and 426.
Yes, I see that.
Those are the same IDs of lightning strikes from the immediately previous page. I'd ask you to accept that.
Yes.
So this therefore shows 3 lightning strikes near the area where the Big Jack Mountain fire was going on the 23rd of January, but those lightning strikes are dated 20 January 2020. Do you accept that?
Yes, I do.
Does it therefore follow that first of all, are you aware of whether any lightning was recorded near Big Jack Mountain on the 23rd of January 2020?
No, I'm not aware. I don't believe there was.
In the absence then of any evidence of lightning strike on the 23rd of January, and taking into account lightning strike, 3 of them on the 20th of January near Big Jack Mountain, does it then follow that the Big Jack Mountain fire might have been ignited by lightning on 20 January 2020, smouldered unnoticed given its relatively remote area for 3 days before developing into a larger fire that was then observed by several residents on the 23rd of January?
It's possible, but 3 days is a long time for a fire to burn in bushland and be unnoticed. But yeah, it's certainly possible.
It's not uncommon, though, in your experience, for fires to start and smoulder without being noticed in a remote area for some days.
Yes, possibly.
In any event, without the benefit of a scene examination, it is still difficult to conclude on balance or beyond doubt that lightning strike is the cause of this fire with absolute certainty, isn't it?
Correct.
And one of the difficulties in reaching that conclusion is you're unable to exclude whether campfires or discarded cigarettes or something of that nature may have been a cause of the Big Jack Mountain fire.
Yeah, I can't discount that.
And you also can't discount it given your lack of relative familiarity with that area of origin. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
I'll turn now to the Postman's Trail fire. Did you obtain the information that informed your investigation of that fire from similar sources to that which you described earlier, police, RFS?
Yes.
Is it the case that there was no physical scene examination directed by you for the Postman's Trail fire?
Correct.
Did you ask the State Crime Command for assistance in investigating the Postman's Trail fire?
Yes, look, I didn't personally, but the State Crime Command was asked as a whole during the whole 1920 Black Summer fires, and a decision was made by whoever makes the decisions that the state crime the state crime command will be in charge of the major fires, and it was for the police department or the police districts to manage the smaller fires.
Was Postman's Trail fire identified or characterised by you to be a smaller fire?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether the Rural Fire Service did its own cause and origin investigation of the Postman's Trail fire?
I'm not aware, but I don't believe so.
Have you been to the area of suspected ignition of the Postman's Trail fire before?
No, not yet before. Again, it's in and around our, it's within my police command district, so I am familiar with the Rocky Hall area.
And when was the last time that you went there before the fire started?
Within the last couple of years.
Do you have any familiarity with the type of terrain of the Postman's Trail fire suspected point of origin?
Look, not intimate knowledge, but it's similar terrain to the Big Jack Mountain fire. It's certainly quite rugged terrain and bushland, mainly consisting of large eucalypt trees.
Turning to your statement of 13 October 2021, page 120 of the brief, paragraph 4, you gave a description of the locality of Tanzanian Gallow. You referred to some images from the previous pages and included that there are several fire trails in and out of the bushland that are unsealed with varying degrees of accessibility. What did you base that last conclusion upon?
From having been in and around that area, and also Google Maps satellite imagery. I mean, yep, sorry.
No, complete your answer.
I was just going to say I haven't been up in and around, the dense bushland. However, I've been to Tanzanian on numerous occasions throughout work in the last 4 years.
Do you know whether there are walking trails or campsites near the point of origin as suspected for the Postman's Trail fire?
Yeah, look, I'm not too sure about campsites per se, but yeah, definitely fire trails and tracks all through that area.
In your report of fire to the coroner, which is for the Postman's Trail fire, which is page 114 of the brief, you identified that no one was killed, but at least one person was reported as having been injured as a result of the fire. That was Mr. Bjork, is that correct?
That's correct, Richard Bjork.
And you further stated that there were 6 destroyed dwellings, 10 destroyed outbuildings, 2 damaged dwellings, and 3 damaged outbuildings, which is well in excess of the $500,000 threshold, and as such reportable to the coroner, that being on page 115. You agree that's what you...
Yeah, that's there, but there's also there's a point there for when we need to report matters to the coroner when the cause and origin of the bushfire is unclear as well. So the monetary value didn't really... I mean, you tick 2 boxes there for the matter to be reportable to the coroner.
Yes. I'll bring up now page 117 of the brief, which is 2 pages over. Can you describe what this image shows?
Yes, that's the general area of Tanzanian and its surrounds.
I'll bring up now page 118. that image shows the Postman's Trail track, does it not?
It does.
And I'll bring up now page 119. That's a zoomed in version of Postman's track, is it?
Yes.
And that is the general area of origin, is it?
As best as I could establish, yes. I can't say for sure that where that balloon is exactly where it's ignited, but from descriptions of witnesses and all the documentation which I had access to, that's where I believe the point of origin was.
Thanks. That image can be removed. The Tanzanian Gallow State Forest is managed and controlled by the Forestry Corporation, is it?
It is.
I note the time. It's probably about 5 minutes, but I'm in your honour's hands.
I do have a meeting.
Yes.
But if you're only 5 minutes, we might just keep.
All right. Yeah. I suggest to you that the Postman's Trail fire, the Big Jack Mountain fire, and the Kariwa fire ultimately merged. Do you accept that?
Yes, I do.
There is some inconsistency in one of your statements, but I just ask you to accept that. In terms of the commencement of the Postman's Trail fire, you identified it as commencing on 26 January 2020 as a spot over from the Kariwa fire. And to that regard, I take you to paragraph 21 of your statement of 13 October 2021.
Yes.
Paragraph 21. And I'd ask you to accept that you also identified 26 January being the start date of the Postman's Trail fire in your report to the coroner, and
yes.
In a conclusion to your report at paragraph 24. You accept that?
I do.
I'll bring up now page 1-1 of the brief. This is fire progression mapping from the 23rd of January 2020. Do you see Kariwa Road fire in the centre of the map?
Yes.
And you see Big Jack Mountain Road fire to the south of that?
Yes.
We'll zoom in a bit on both of those fires, but can you see the line scan demonstrates the actual flames of both fires?
Yes.
And do you see under Kariwa Road there's a small speck of fire that's independent?
Yes, I do.
I suggest that is the start of the Postman's Trail fire, and this is, of course, the line scan from the 23rd of January 2020. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do.
I'll bring up now page 8-1 of the brief. This is an RFS map, again, from either late 23 January 2020 or the early hours of 24 January 2020. It seems to have a title of 12:15 a.m. Can you see the Kariwa fire in red and black in the top left of the map?
Yes.
And you can see a smaller fire southeast of Kariwa fire also marked out?
Yeah, just above Candelo.
Correct. And then I'll bring up in the further image 8-2, showing the same area. Again, above Southeast Forest National Park, there is a small fire marked out. You see that?
Yep.
And Kariwa up to the top left. Same date.
Yes.
I suggest the two images I just showed you, the smaller fire is the Postman's Trail fire, going at that stage as at early hours of at least 24 January 2020. You understand what I'm outlining there?
Yes.
I can take that image down. Do you accept, therefore, that there is evidence suggesting that Postman's Trail fire might have been going prior to the 26th of January 2020?
Yeah, I accept that.
But it was authorised and named in its terms by the RFS on the 26th of January 2020.
Correct.
Finally, I'll bring up page 6 of the brief. This having regard to pre-wire fire and Postman trail fire lightning data, I'd ask you to accept that there is no evidence of lightning strikes in the vicinity of Postman's fire on 26 January 2020, particularly having regard to paragraph 3.
Yeah, accept that.
And of course, as the first paragraph provides, the Postman's area was canvassed for lightning between 23 January and 26 January 2020. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Noting the time, that's all I wish to put to this witness, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr Wilcox. Ms Woodland, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honour.
Ms Rose?
No, Your Honour.
Mr Pintos Lopez?
No, Your Honour.
Right, thanks very much, Detective Senior Constable. You're excused.
Thank you.
We'll adjourn until. Yes, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, I call Michael Rain Pete.
Mr Rain Pete, can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can. I can't see you, but I can see everybody else.
Oh, good. Okay. You'll just...
Now I can see you.
Oh, there you are. Thank you. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Would you state your full name and your professional address?
Michael Rain Pete. My address is 11G Bung Street, Cooma.
Are you still an Operations Officer Level 2 and authorised fire investigator with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service?
Yeah, that's correct.
Were you asked by the Rural Fire Service to investigate the cause and origin of a fire that we now know as the Creewar fire in 2020?
Yes, that's correct.
In the course of that investigation, did you prepare a fire investigation report?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a copy of that with you?
Yes, I have electronic copy in front of me.
Very well. Is there anything within that report that you wish to amend before we start your evidence today?
No.
And are the contents of the report true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yeah, that's correct.
Separate to the fire investigation report, have you prepared a statement dated the 6th of June 2022 annexing the report?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have a copy of the statement with you?
Yes, a hard copy just here. Yep.
Is there anything within the statement that you wish to correct before we take your evidence any further?
No, everything's correct.
And are the contents of the statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yeah, that's correct.
Mr. Pete, in paragraph 5 of your statement, you say that you were contacted on 25 March 2020 and asked to conduct the cause and origin investigation into the Creewar fire. Do you know why it took until 25 March for that request to be made, given that the fire itself is believed to have begun on 23 January of that year?
No, I don't know why that was that late there. The request was given by my manager, Superintendent Jim Durant, who was also the IC of the Snowy Monaro Section 44.
Were you involved in the cause and origin investigation of any other fires across the 2019-2020 bushfire season?
Yes, the Clear Range fire, the Calabash fire, and the Scabby Range fire.
So even with my maths, I can just about work out that's 4 fires all up, is it, that you were involved in? Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Was that an unusual number of fire investigations to be tasked to you over the course of one bushfire season?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. It's not to be unexpected in course of events what happened this year. Oh, that year, sorry. My apologies.
What about in comparison to a normal bushfire season?
For myself, I normally would investigate probably up to half a dozen a year. That's including structural fires. Yeah.
Did you ultimately travel out to the suspected scene of origin for the Creewar fire in April of 2020?
Yes.
And once you got to the scene, was your investigation as to the cause and origin of the fire hampered in any way by the passage of time between fire ignition and the date of your attendance?
The grass underneath the power lines had turned green. In other words, it was growing. So that would have been the only thing that had changed. But not having seen the area underneath the easement, the grass before, And given that it was a drought years, I would have taken that it was dry and brown at that time because of the drought seasons. But now the whole countryside was green.
Were the macro fire indicators at the scene still reliable as a means of reading the landscape and relying on those readings for your cause and origin investigations, even though there'd been some regrowth at the scene?
Yeah, they were very reliable. They were quite evident to all the macro indicators.
I'm just going to ask you to explain some of the photos that you took during the course of your investigation. And the first one we'll have brought up on screen comes from page 91 of the brief. You should be able to see it on the screen in front of you, Mr. Pete.
Yes.
Do you see that? A reference to your number D1?
Yes, I can see it.
Do you recognise that as a photo that you took at the scene of the Creewar Road fire?
Yeah, that's correct. I took that photo.
And it seems obvious, but did you take that, was that photo taken from the verge of Creewar Road itself?
That's right, yeah, on the northern edge of the road. I purposely put the road in the photo to give it a reference where I'm looking.
And was the road unsealed at that point?
Yeah, that's correct.
Is Creewar Road a sealed road at any point that you drove along it?
No, it's gravel the entire length.
And if you don't know, please say so, but is it a public road or a private access road?
No, it's a public road.
You say in relation to this photo that it's showing angle of char indicators consistent with lateral fire spread. Do you see that in the caption you've included?
Yes, on the photo, is that what you're referring to?
The caption to the photo.
Oh, yeah, my apologies. Yes, I can see that, yep.
And I just want you to explain for us what in the photo does Her Honour look to see the angle of char indicators that you're referring to?
There's one tree in particular in the centre of the photo, and a little bit to the left there, you'll see a large white gum tree. And
to the
just
left
on
of the easement? Sorry to cut across, but are we talking about to the left of the easement or to the left of the photo?
Sorry, left of the easement and just slightly to the left of the easement, just only in a metre or so, you'll see a large white gum there, and you'll see on the actual left side of the tree, you'll see a large black sooting mark up the back of the tree, if you understand that.
Yes. What did that tell you?
That told me the fire was laterally moving towards myself and to the left of the photo from a distance away, heading back towards me.
Does that mean it suggested to you the fire was moving from the right of the easement and closer to the power pole and down towards the position you were at on the road?
Not so much from the right, but from if you can see that power pole in the centre of the photo. Yes. It was moving on the left-hand side of the easement in the forested area towards myself.
Thank you.
And a little bit to the left. Yep.
Very well. Now, the power pole that you've just referred to, you ended up inspecting that pole and determining that it had a particular number, did you not?
That is one of, it's actually the next pole along. Central Energy have a numbering system. That pole in that particular photo is number 95. I'll just check that. Yeah, number 95.
All right. So is it your recollection that pole 95 was the first pole sitting to the south of Creewar Road?
Yeah, that's correct.
Where was pole 94?
That was further to the south. That was the next pole along.
So further along from the pole that's visible in this photo,
That's correct.
but also to the south of Creewar Road.
Yeah, that's correct.
Was there a power pole to the north of Creewar Road?
Yes, that's evident in, I'll just, on
Photo 2.
Photo 2, page 92.
And do you know the name of that pole?
Yes, I'll just
Sorry, the
refer to
number.
that. Yeah, that's 96, pole number 96.
So the numbering system seems to be that the further south along the easement, the lower the pole numbers. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
I'm now going to have photo 93, which is your photo D3, brought up on the screen.
Yes.
We'll just wait for it to arrive. Can you see that, Mr. Pett?
Yes, I can see it.
Now, the caption says that this is the power line easement facing south, with fallen trees shown in the centre right of the photo, and power pole 122799/94 immediately behind the fallen trees. Do you see that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Does that mean that power pole 95 was somewhere behind you as you turned and took this photo of pole 94?
Yeah, that is correct.
I'm now going to have photo D4 using your numbering, which is page 94 of the brief brought up. Can you see that on the screen?
Yes, I have it.
Is this again a photo taken of pole 94, but a close-up photo moving further away from Creewar Road?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you identify, don't you, in the description to the photo that 2 fallen trees are visible in the centre of the photo?
Yeah, that's correct.
The tree closer to pole 94, you say, was consistent with being pushed over by heavy earth-moving machinery. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
During the course of your cause and origin investigation, did you find out who was responsible for having pushed over that pole?
No, I didn't. I asked Peter Duncan. He knew nothing of it. And I made some other inquiries in the IMT, but nobody knew anything about it.
Now, is Peter Duncan the captain of the Creewar Rural Fire Brigade?
Yes, that's correct.
And so Mr. Duncan himself didn't know who might have used equipment to push that pole over?
The tree.
I'm sorry, the tree,
No.
you're quite right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's right. He didn't know either.
The tree closest to the bottom of that photo is described in the caption as a tree that fell naturally over the power line. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that is correct.
What did you mean by the phrase fell naturally?
There was no human intervention or man-made intervention. For one reason or other, it fell over by itself.
I'm going to have photo 99 brought up photo from page 99 brought up on screen. This is D9 using your numbering. Can you now see that?
Yes, I have it.
And it self-evidently shows that the tree has fallen over with the roots exposed rather than having fractured somewhere up the trunk. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's correct.
And is that something that you took into account in considering that it had that it was a tree that fell naturally when it fell?
Yeah, Yeah, that is correct. Also, there was no marks on there to indicate that, let's say, a earth-moving machinery or anything else had pushed it over.
And does that mean similarly there were no marks in the ground around to show that heavy earth-moving equipment had disturbed the soil where the tree had fallen?
Yeah, that is correct.
Do you recall seeing an orange or red coloured circle painted on this fallen tree?
No, I didn't see any of that.
And did you recall seeing a pink ribbon or any sort of tie tied around the tree?
No, there was nothing on that tree at all.
I'm going to ask for a photo to be brought up on the screen now. It's not one of your photos, but it has been provided to the court by Essential Energy. So if I can have that photo brought up on screen. And Your Honour will recall that's one of the photos that was flagged this morning. And it's from page 113-138 of the brief. And as we move from left to right across that page, it's actually the middle photo, so photo 3, but we've got it in close up. Thanks. All right. Mr. Peake, can you see the orange dots on at least 2 of the trees displayed in that photo?
Yeah. Yes, I can see them.
And can you see some sort of pink tie around the trunk to the left?
Yes, I can see that.
Did you recall seeing the same sort of markings or anything similar on the tree, either of the trees that you saw on the ground during your cause and origin investigation?
No, I don't recall seeing any of those.
Accepting that you said that we can take that photo down now, thank you. Accepting that you have said that one of the trees fell naturally at the scene of the fire, was there any evidence of lightning strike or lightning damage to that tree?
No, I thoroughly examined that tree and there was no evidence of lightning on that tree.
Did you additionally check lightning strike data to see if there were reports of any lightning in the vicinity on the 23rd of January or in the hours or days prior?
I checked for data for the point of origin. I did know that there was some lightning, I believe on the 20th, some distance away, but not at the point of origin.
Were you able then to specifically exclude lightning strike as a cause of the fire?
Yes, I did. When I walked up the easement, I did do a serpentine pattern walking, crisscrossing into forest either side, all the way up quite some distance in. I saw no evidence of lightning up, and I did go beyond that pole number 94 a certain distance. I didn't see anything.
Did you go so far as pole 93 as you passed pole 94?
No, I didn't go that far. I went partly way down, but didn't go all the way to 93.
All right. I'm going to have page 96 brought up on the screen now, which is your photo D6. And this is a photo, isn't it, judging from your captions, a photo of pole 94.
That's correct.
Are you able to give a rough estimate as to how far pole 94 was from the Krewa Road?
It's about 220 metres, I believe. I'd have to check my notes if that's okay.
Yes, if you have anything there that allows you to confirm that approximate distance.
Yeah, 220 metres.
And again, the caption makes plain that the pole was located about 30 metres south of where you saw the 2 fallen trees at the site. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, you've marked the top of the pole with the red arrow. What does that show?
That shows that a new crossarm had been placed there, which was different to the other crossarms that I noted on the pole number 94. So, correction, 95, which was a older crossarm. This one here was gave the appearance of being a newer crossarm.
And then what do you've also highlighted in a red circle part of one of the conductors. What's that highlighted to show?
Conductors, oh, it was one of the wires. I've got a circle around there just showing it was very difficult to see from the ground, but that's where there's wires have been joined together or stitched together.
So a repair to the conductor at that point?
Or not so much conductor, but the wire, if that's the same term that what you're using.
All right, well, we can use wires. A repair to the wire at that point?
Yeah, that's correct.
Did that suggest to you that the damage to the wires from the tree that had fallen naturally had occurred between pole 94 and pole 95?
That's correct.
Did you yourself conduct an inspection of pole 96?
Yes, I did. After I received an email from Essential Energy, they identified pole 96 as being the pole that they worked on. I returned to that scene I'll just check the date on that one. On the 22nd, I returned there and I did go there and examine that pole, but I saw no evidence of any work or suggestion that of any trees or anything falling down on that pole.
And was there any suggestion of pole 96 likewise having been repaired?
No, there was nothing. There was no appearance of any repairs or anything on that pole.
Is it fair to say, at least on your initial visit to the area of origin, the focus of your ground level investigation was on the area from pole 94 moving north back to Creewar Road?
Yes, but I did go laterally into the forest either side, possibly about 100 metres or so, just looking at the indicators on both sides.
And likewise, was that inspection into the forest on either side of the easement mainly focused on the area from pole 94 moving back north to Creewar Road?
Yes, I did go somewhat just to the north of Creewar Road. When I met with Peter Duncan, I did circulate around to the north of Creewar Road, probably 100 metres, maybe 200 metres, just looking for indicators there.
But is it fair to say that it was only on your second occasion, having received information from Essential Energy, that you went so far as to specifically investigate pole 96 to the north of Creewar Road?
Yeah, that is correct.
And Mr. Peat, what was your ultimate conclusion as to the likely cause of the Creewar fire?
It was the arcing of the wires once they was caused by the tree striking the wires, either against themselves or against the ground.
And when you say that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're right. No, that's all. Yeah.
When you say the tree, you're there referring to the tree that, in your view, fell naturally?
Yeah, that's correct.
The tree with the exposed root ball?
Yeah, that is correct.
Your Honour, those are my questions for this witness.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Woodland, any questions?
No questions, Your Honour.
Ms. Rose?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Pintos Lopez?
I'll just be very brief, Your Honour, if I may, just a couple of questions. Mr. Peter, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I should point out that I appear here on behalf of Essential Energy. So, just a couple of questions for you. And I want to be absolutely clear, I'm not being critical of you in any way, shape or form. I'm just trying to understand your report based on the information that you've provided to the court. Am I right in understanding that Ms. Ward a moment ago, Councillor Assisting, took you to two photos, D004 and D009, which are at pages 94 and 99 respectively, I believe. You recall those photos, you were taken to those photos, and those are the only photos that have a closer view of the tree, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Yes. And am I correct in thinking that because you did talk about in the caption to photo D004, so if I can just take you to page 94, Mr.
Yes.
Pete.
Yep.
You say that you that I think actually it's in the caption, in the description. It's earlier in the report. Sorry. Excuse me. I think you say at page 85 of your report that the first tree had the upper limbs trimmed by a chainsaw. Now, by the first tree, you mean the tree that's closer to the photo in photo D004.
Yeah, that is correct. And
sorry, so if I just go back to that photo D004 at page 94, are you able to say there from that photo whereabouts on the photo you believe it was trimmed?
If you follow the entire length of the tree from the base, that is on the right of the photo, and just run your eyes to the left of the photo, it comes to a sharp, abrupt end, and there's some dead, what appears to be in the photo, some branches or leaves that are brown in colour. It is just there. You can see the where it was trimmed off there.
Your Honour, I'll just interrupt. It might be of use if we can use the cursor on the photo in the courtroom, and we'll have Mr. Pete explain precisely where he means, and we'll circle it so everyone's clear on what he's describing.
That's right. Yeah, where's the cursor gone? Yeah, just follow the trunk, keep on going. Yeah, keep on going. Yeah, continue on. Continue on. Yeah, continue on. A little bit further. Yeah, just there. Just back a fraction. That was the tip. A little bit more back to your left, sort of halfway. It was cut. Yeah, just there. It was cut, and then above that, and if you go back to your right, you can see another branch where the branches was cut off. And if you just go straight up from there, directly up. Yeah, that's it. There, it was cut there.
Thank you, Mr. Pete. Now, am I correct in understanding that you, from what you said earlier, you examined the tree closely in the course of, this is what you said to Ms. Ward a moment ago.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, I just wanted to clarify that because you talked about arcing, and your conclusion is that the fire was caused by arcing.
Yes.
I note that there don't appear to be any photos of any signs of arcing in the photos that we've seen. Did you take any photos that record arcing?
No, I didn't take any photos. It was purely on the canvassing reports, and also from Central Energy that one wire was on the ground underneath that, if I can call that the closest tree. I'm referring to D004. And the other wire was had obviously broken and was lying somewhere on the ground. I don't know where. So it could have very possibly been on top of the other wire or curled up somewhere else. would have been arcing with the ground somewhere in the within that photo on D004.
So am I correct in thinking that based on the information you had about the conductor, the wire coming to ground, you've concluded from that information that had the wire been live, there would have been arcing?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
No further questions, Your Honour.
Yes, thank you. Anything arising, Ms. Wood?
Mr. Pete, did you ask anyone from the local rural fire brigade whether they were responsible for the trimming of the fallen branch by chainsaw?
No, I didn't ask anybody on that one, no.
Do you have any information about who was responsible for that trimming?
No, I don't have any information on that one.
Thank you, Your Honour. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Pete. You're excused.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, the next witness is Mark Daley.
Mr. Daley, can you see and hear us in the courtroom? Mr. Daley, can you see and hear us?
I can.
You'll just hear from the court officer now, thanks.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Would you state your full name and professional address?
Mark Daley, 1A Electra Street, Tamworth, New South Wales 2340.
Are you a vegetation manager with Essential Energy?
That is correct.
And in that capacity, have you provided a statement dated the 21st of June 2022?
That is correct.
Is there anything within the statement that needs correction or amendment?
No, there isn't.
Are the contents of the statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Daley, I'm going to be asking you some questions today about Essential Energy's vegetation management program as in force in 2020 and in the vicinity of the origin of the Creewar fire. Do you understand?
I do.
Firstly, did you get to visit the suspected site of origin of the Creewar fire for yourself?
No, I didn't.
So is it fair to say that the evidence you've given in your statement is largely based on the material that has been made available to you through various Essential Energy documents?
That is correct.
We're going to firstly bring up on screen a photo that, a map, sorry, that you include in your statement, page 3. It's page 113-24, using the red numbering from the brief. Can you see that, Mr. Daley?
I can.
What does the map depict?
That depicts our Essential Energy footprint broken up into various regions.
And is it a map that depicts the footprint as at the January 2020 fire down at Creewar?
That's correct.
Now, it seems obvious from the map that Creewar falls within the southern region for Essential Energy purposes. Is that right? That's
correct.
And then there are various sub-regions that seem to be marked on the map with different shading, different coloured shading. Can you tell Her Honour where Creewar falls within any of those sub-regions?
It's in the southern region.
Yes, but within the southern region, there are further parts of the map that are in different shades of blue. Can you see that?
I can. It would fall inside the Bombala depot area.
I have no hope of being able to see that on the map because the resolution's not clear enough. Is it down towards the Bega Valley, Monaro area?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you accept that the likely area of origin for the Creewar fire seems to be somewhere between two essential energy poles, and they carry the number 1227/9994 and 1227/9995?
With the information that I've been provided, I believe that is correct.
Yes. Can I just refer to those poles as 94 and 95 for the purpose of your evidence today?
That will be fine.
We're going to have photo 90 from page 91 brought up on screen. This is not your photo, Mr. Daley, but something that's been provided to the court by the Rural Fire Service. And I just want you to have a look at that photo, please. Can you see that well enough on screen?
I can.
Did Essential Energy have an easement over the corridor that we can see cleared through the vegetation in the middle of that photo?
I can't confirm that there's an easement in place there.
Okay. There are power poles, or at least one power pole evident in the middle of that cleared space. You can see that?
I can see that.
And will you accept from me that it's an Essential Energy power pole?
I will.
In fact, you know that to be an Essential Energy power pole because of your involvement in providing a statement. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did Essential Energy have the authority to enter that land and inspect and rectify any defects that it might find on Essential Energy assets?
I can't confirm whether we spoke to the property owner at that location.
I'm not asking about speaking to the property owner, but does Essential Energy have the authority, whether by legislation or regulation, to enter land for the purpose of inspections to check for defects around high voltage electricity assets?
We do.
Okay. And in fact, that's one of the things that the Essential Energy Vegetation Management Program has to coordinate. Is that right?
That is correct.
Is it fair to say that the vegetation management cycle focuses upon looking for vegetation that might encroach upon your assets and thereby hinder electricity supply or cause some sort of fire risk?
That's correct.
And then it's another part of the vegetation management policy that there are arrangements in place to rectify any such defects. Is that a fair summary?
That is a fair summary.
Okay. Might have that photo brought down now, thank you. I'm going to ask you some further questions about that vegetation management program, but before we get into the details, I want to understand, I want to move to the topic of how often vegetation inspections are conducted. Do you follow the topic we're moving to?
I do.
All right. If you could turn up, please, your statement, page 4, using your numbering, page 113-25 in the brief. And tell me when you have that, Mr. Daley.
Could you please repeat that again? Sorry.
It's page 4 using your numbering at the top, or using the red numbering in the brief, it's 113-25.
Yeah, I have that page.
And you see there in paragraph 13, you refer to Essential Energy's cyclic vegetation management program.
I do.
Is it cyclic in the sense that Essential Energy have the expectation that assets will be inspected for vegetation encroachment on a regular basis, a predictable basis?
That's correct.
but the length of the cycle is dependent upon things such as where the assets are located. Is that right?
That is correct. That does form part of it.
So some assets that are closer to population centres or urban centres might be inspected more frequently under the cyclic program than assets in more remote areas. Is that right?
That is correct.
But there are other things that are also taken into account in determining the frequency of the cyclic vegetation management inspection. Have I got that right?
That is correct.
In paragraph 13, you say that the cyclic program is implemented through systematic ground-based inspection. Do you say that?
I do.
How is the ground-based inspection carried out in an area like the area of origin for the Creewar fire?
That would have been done via one of our vendors, or could have been one of our own internal employees. They would have driven to that site, and to the best of my knowledge, I couldn't answer whether they walked through there or they drove through that location.
But is it the case whether they walked or drove, they would have left Creewar Road and followed the conductors from pole to pole?
That is correct.
Moving then to the specific location at Creewar, you say in paragraph 15 that it would be subject to a 2-year maintenance cycle, including inspection and, if required, treatment. Do you see that?
I do.
You go on in that paragraph to say that the inspection and treatment frequency may vary depending on the approved program schedule developed by the relevant vegetation contractor. What do you mean by that?
In that case, if the contractor had come back to Essential Energy, particularly myself, and identified that there was no vegetation in that particular vegetation maintenance area, then we may consider pushing that cycle time out. Or on the other hand, if there's considerable more growth in that area, we may think about reducing that cycle time also.
When you say pushing that cycle time out, and if we're talking about an area like Creewar Road, do you mean pushing out the cyclic program so that inspections might take place, say, every 3 years instead of every 2 years?
That's correct.
And is that something that is varied on a case-by-case basis?
It is, but in my tenure, we didn't move any of those out at any stage.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to ask. For Creewar, the scene of the Creewar fire, were we on a 2-year cyclic program of inspections?
That is correct.
I want to now move to the next topic within your statement, which is clearance zones. And I'm going to have the table that you've included on page 5 of your statement brought up on screen. This is the minimum vegetation clearance table. Can you see that?
I can.
Now, is this table used to assess how great a distance needs to be cleared around electrical assets?
That is correct.
Using the conductors between pole 94 and 95 near Creewar Road, can you firstly tell Her Honour what voltage level were those conductors carrying?
I can. I'll just refer to my report if that's okay.
Is it 22 kV conductors?
That's correct.
Now, 22 kV conductors, if we just confine ourselves to the voltage column, might fall within the second line or the third line. Is that right?
Yes, it will either fall between bare conductors, HP aerial bundle, or the covered conductor thick.
Or could it also fall within the next line, 11 to 33 kV?
It can if the conductor is steel, that's correct.
Yes, okay. So in terms of what we're looking at in Kriwa, it's going to fall somewhere in those two lines, 11 to 22 kV or 11 to 33 kV.
That's correct.
Were the conductors at Kriwa in fact steel conductors?
Sorry, I'm just checking back here on my report.
Can I take you to one paragraph, Mr. Daley? And if you then need further time to check elsewhere in your report, you can certainly have it. But can you come back to paragraph 17? Do you see that you refer to the span being 170 metres?
I do.
And you go on to conclude that the applicable clearance distance is 2.5 metres.
That's correct.
Now, if we come back to the table at page 5 of your report, 113-26 of the brief, 2.5 as the applicable clearance distance seems to only arise for that span length in the row dealing with steel conductors, middle 2/3. Would you agree with that?
I do agree.
And from that, should Her Honour conclude that the conductors at the seam were in fact steel conductors?
Yes.
There's a column on that paragraph that refers to clearance profile. What does that mean?
Clearance profile is all directions from any conductor.
Does that mean that the vegetation needed to be at least whatever distance the table returned away from the conductor in all distances?
That is correct.
All right. Then the reference to portion of span, what's that referring to?
Portion of span is determined whether it sits in the first 6 or the middle 2/3 of that particular span.
And by span, do you mean the length of conductor from pole to pole?
I do.
So if the vegetation is encroaching towards the first and last 1/6 of the conductor, then the clearance, permitted clearance is only 1.5 on this table.
That's correct.
But if it's approaching towards the conductor in the middle 2/3 of the span, you have to include a greater clearance around the conductor
That is correct.
of 2.5 metres.
That's correct.
Okay. Now again, using Kriwa as our example, does Essential take that 2.5 metres and add the additional 0.5 metres because it involved a bare conductor in a bushfire prone area?
That's correct.
So that at Kriwa, the clearance needed to be at least 3 metres in all directions around each of the conductors between poles 94 and 95.
If it was in the 2/3.
Thank you. Yes. If it was in the first 6 and the last 6, the clearance only needed to be 1.5 metre.
That's correct.
You seem to have concluded that it is 3 metres that is the clearance that was applicable, because that seems to be the figure that you apply to your analysis of what was actually seen at the scene. Is that a fair summary?
That's correct. And based on, it was hard to determine where those trees actually sat from the information that I had. So
Yes.
the greater clearance was chosen.
And in any event, if something is more than 3 metres away from the assets, it's obviously also greater than 2.5 metres away.
That's correct.
Okay. Does Essential Energy also classify areas under a bushfire risk rating scale that is different to the bushfire prone areas?
They do. We classify them P1 to P4.
Was the area at Creewar classified P2?
That is correct.
Is that the second highest bushfire risk zone on the Essential Energy scale?
That is correct.
And do assets within that P2 zone have an additional clear to sky clearance requirement under Essential Energy policies?
They will, depending on the voltage.
All right. And what sort of voltage do we need to take into account to determine whether or not a clear to sky clearance applied at Creewar?
To the best of my knowledge, it's 33 kV and above.
That would mean, wouldn't it, that there was no clear to sky requirement at Creewar under Essential Energy policy?
Correct.
Because we're only talking about 22 kV.
That's correct.
At paragraph 18 of your statement, you refer to rectification timeframes within Essential Energy policy as rated from A1 to A4. Do you see that in paragraph 18?
I do.
What do you mean by a rectification timeframe? And in particular, is that separate to the requirement that assets should be inspected every 2 years under the cyclic program in place at Creewar?
That's correct. Depending on the distance to the conductor, the time of the year will vary what we call the maximum rectification timeline for those tasks, where they need to be completed with an emergency, which would be straight away through to 6 months, depending on the location.
Tell me if this is fair. The rectification timeframes go to how quickly a defect will be fixed after a defect has been notified as part of your cyclic program, inspection program.
That is correct.
Okay. And we're talking about timeframes much less than 2 years. Is that right?
Definitely. Absolutely. That's correct.
I'm going to ask for the table that you include on page 6 of your report to now come up on screen. This is from page 113-27 of the brief. Can you see that on the screen there?
I can.
Now, if we understand how this table would apply to Creewar if its application had been triggered at that space, we'd be dealing firstly with high voltage bare wires 11 to 22 kV.
That's
Is that
correct.
right?
That's correct.
And then the column on this table that deals with encroachment into minimum vegetation clearance, what does that mean?
So that's based on where the vegetation is within, how far it's encroached in that clearance space. That's identified in table 1 on page 5 of my report.
So this table only applies if vegetation has in fact encroached within clearance spaces. Is that right?
Within the minimum clearance spaces, that's correct.
And the greater the encroachment of the vegetation into the minimum clearance spaces, the greater the priority is given to rectifying that encroachment. Is that a fair summary?
It is a fair summary.
There are various timeframes set out in relation to P1 areas and P2, P3 and P4 areas in the final 3 columns of the table. Is that right?
That is correct.
And if we just focus on P2, as was the bushfire prone or bushfire risk rating for this area, the table provides for rectification of some defects within 6 months, but moving right through to emergency rectifications that presumably have to be done almost immediately. Is that right?
That is correct.
Does that reference to, for example, 6 months, set out the outer benchmark of when defects should be rectified?
That's correct.
So that if rectification can be done sooner, it should be done sooner. Is that right?
Correct. Where practical, that's right.
Yes, I mean, if you have crews that are sitting back in their depot or a subcontractor not presently busy, you'd want those crews to go out and rectify defects, even if under this table you had up to 6 months to rectify them.
No, that's not entirely correct.
Okay, well, you tell me how it works.
So the cyclic maintenance that we talked about before, it needs to be cut at a certain time. Those VMAs are scheduled at a certain time. So they're scheduled, then obviously the task duration there, and then the crews will go out and rectify those based on the priority. So whether they happen to be, in this case, an A1 to A4. But to answer your question, there isn't any crews sitting around idle doing nothing. No.
No, I'm not suggesting that there is, but let me just be clear. The time frame for rectification depends on how far the vegetation has encroached into minimum clearance zones. Is that right?
That's correct.
But obviously, if the rectification can be done sooner than the time frame set out in this table, it should be done sooner.
That would be ideal.
Okay. Let's move now to the inspections that were actually conducted at Creewar. By reference to the analysis you've included in the table on page 7 of your brief. I'm going to have that brought up on screen. This is page 113-28. Now, Mr. Daley, can you see that table on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Dealing with the first entry under the heading of inspection type, there's a reference to scoping. What does that mean?
So scoping is when in this case, the contractor goes out in that particular veg maintenance area and they identify all of the tasks that need to be completed in that area.
Is
tasks
that what
and vegetation encroachments.
All right.
Plus any, sorry, you go.
No, I'm sorry, but I don't mean to do that. It's just I can't see you, so I don't mean to talk across you. You finish your answer, please.
Sorry, yeah, it also includes, there could be spray herbicide tasks in there as well. So it's basically the full gamut of our tasks that are associated in that VMA they pick up in terms of treating them.
Does a ground level investigation amount to scoping? Are they?
It does, yes, you're correct.
One and the same, okay. Then when we go to the next column, you've got the date of the last inspection at Creewar was the 14th of November 2019, prior to the fire, is that right?
For that particular asset in that row.
And when you say that particular asset, what are you talking about here?
Well, that would be for asset labelled ending in 95 and 96.
And does that include the span, the conductor span in between those two poles?
It would be on or around that time. It would be close to that date.
No, I'm sorry. Does the inspection on or around that date include the span in between the two poles? 95 and 96. Okay. If you don't know, just say so. But would it be your expectation that the contractors that conducted that scoping between 95 and pole 95 and pole 96 would have similarly inspected or scoped the span between pole 94 and pole 95 at around the same time?
To the best of my knowledge, I believe they would have.
And is that limited to the best of your knowledge? Because all we know is that a defect was noted on or around the 14th of November 2019 between pole 95 and 96.
That's correct.
The fact that there's no record for any defect or anything between pole 94 and 95 doesn't mean the inspection didn't happen. It's just that there's no defect recorded.
That's correct.
All right. These are scoping works undertaken by active tree services in the area of Creewar as at 2019, is that right?
That is correct.
And when scopers are undertaking this scoping exercise under the Vegetation Management Program, are they also asked to look out for vegetation that's dead or sick or failing and that might fall into a clearance space even though presently outside clearance distances?
That would be a tier 2 defect, which is dead, dying, or structurally unsound.
Also known as a hazard tree?
It can be correct, that's right.
And so scopers conducting the scoping under the Vegetation Management Program are asked to also keep an eye out, are they, for tier 2 defects?
That's correct.
Within the essential energy policy material that you've annexed to your statement, there's a reference, and I'll ask you to turn up page 113-91 of the brief. That's using the red numbers in the bottom right-hand corner. And it's actually your vegetation management plan, Essential Energy's vegetation management plan document.
'91?
Yes.
Yeah.
And do you see it at paragraph 7 on that page, a reference to hazard trees?
I do.
Is this the sort of tree that you're referring to by reference to tier 2 defects?
That's correct.
Within that definition, there's a reference to an assessment of vegetation utilising training and experience, i.e. visibly poor health or of poor structural integrity in the view of the inspector. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And you're an arborist or have arboreal qualifications yourself, don't you, Mr. Daley?
That's correct.
So to an arborist expert eye, arborists like yourself, what would you be looking for signs of visibly poor health or poor structural integrity in trees that are visible in the photos from Creewar, that sort of vegetation?
So I'll be looking into the crown to see if there's any decline in that tree, whether the canopy is poor, whether there's any major dead wood. Excuse me. Also look if there's any defects in there, if there's any stubs, any cracks, any dead wood as well. And also we'd also have a look and see if there was any soil upheaval, if the roots were lifting out of the ground or the root plate was lifting up, whether the tree had been attacked by insects or termites or borers, whether it had some signs of fungus in there, whether it had codominant stems. That would be some of the things that you would look for.
If we come back then to the table from page 113-28, that's page 7 of your report. And I'll just have that brought back up on screen. I'm sorry, Tanith. Do you see in the third column under the heading of result, you've included a note, no fall-in risk defects identified in bays during this inspection?
I do see that.
What do you mean by fall-in risk defects there?
Tier 2 defects, or commonly known as hazard trees.
And do you conclude that there were similarly no fall-in risk defects identified in Bay 94 to 95 because Essential Energy weren't notified of any such defects?
That's correct.
If we come down to the next line on that table, you refer to the cyclic program trimming. Does that mean rectifying any of the defects that have been identified through the earlier scoping exercise?
That's correct.
Now, there's an entry there. I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No, you didn't. No.
There's an entry there under the next column, date of last works for 12/12/2019. Do you know what was done on that day?
No, I don't.
And is that because it's work also undertaken by Active Tree Services as your contractor, Essentials contractor?
I would have to have a look to see what work was carried out.
Is it Essentials' expectation that what Active Tree Services did in December 2019 was to remove whatever defect they had seen around the 14th of November 2019?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Is it your expectation that Active Tree Services on the 12th of December 2019 would have rectified the defect that they apparently discovered during their inspection around 14 November 2019?
No.
All right. What is your expectation that Active Tree Services would have done by 12 December 2019?
They would have had to have complete the tasks that they identified within their MRT.
All right. And what task was that?
Just having a look at some other information, sorry. That was in Bay 95 to 96.
Yes. I think we might be in furious agreement. What your table suggests is that Active Tree Services identified some defects between Bay 95 and 96 during their inspection around 14 November 2019, correct?
That's correct. Yes, I can see those. Yes.
And then from your table, it seems that those work tasks that they'd identified between Pole 95 and Pole 96 had been completed on or around the 12th of December 2019. Am I interpreting the table correctly?
That's correct. You are interpreting the table correctly.
Okay. So separate to that cyclic inspection by Active Tree Services, your table also refers to fault reporting. Do you see that?
I do.
What's a fault report?
So it's a report that's been identified by one of my workers at the time. So he's identified some work in that bay.
All right.
And that's the inspection type that it goes down as, is fault reporting. That's how they were instructed to identify it.
Is that something identified by Seamus Stanfield?
That is correct.
I'm going to just ask you to look at some of the documents that Mr. Stanfield completed. Firstly, if you could turn up, please, page 113-133, using the numbering within the brief. And just tell me when you've managed to turn it up, please.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay. There seems to be a document here completed by Seamus Stanfield, Vegetation Officer. Do you see that?
That's correct.
And it's got a date and time mark as 21 November 2019 at 9:39 a.m. Agreed?
I do agree.
What was the vegetation officer doing out in this area on the 21st of November 2019?
So Mr. Stansfield was there to identify Tier 2 incursions or falling vegetation hazard as part of an additional targeted hazard initiative in order to enhance our cyclic inspections.
All right, so was this additional inspection something that was also conducted cyclically? In other words, every 2 years?
No, it wasn't. It was outlined within our Essential Energies Vegetation Management Implementation Plan for IWSC3 compliance.
And
it was a targeted
I'm sorry, it was a targeted
program.
How did it come to include targeting Creewar Road or the area thereabouts?
So the program, which was put together before my time, targeted P1, P2 and to P4 VMAs in the Bega, Jindabyne, Cooma and Bombala depots.
Do you know how those depots were specifically identified?
No, I don't.
It seems that Mr. Stanfield's inspection happened only a week after Active Tree Services had conducted their scoping. Was that coincidence or deliberate?
No, absolutely not. That would have been purely coincidental, to the best of my knowledge.
All right. Could you then turn over the page to page 113-134? And do you see there, Mr. Stanfield has identified two different poles, pole 1 being pole 94 and pole 2, pole 95?
I do.
Does that mean that he identified something that needed attention within that span, being a different span to that notified or scoped by Active Tree Services the previous week?
So it's between pole 94 and 95. That's where he's identified that particular task.
And Active Tree Services the previous week had identified work tasks between 95 and 96, hadn't they?
That's correct.
We turn over to page 113-135 and tell me when you have that open or in front of you.
I have it open.
At the top of that page, has Mr. Stanfield selected a bushfire risk priority rating of P2?
That's correct.
And then he's nominated a vegetation clearance category of A2.
That's correct.
That A2 category would determine the time frame for rectification if vegetation was in fact encroaching within minimum clearance guidelines at the scene. Is that right?
That's right, between 50% and 75%.
But is it your evidence that this clearance category simply didn't arise because the vegetation at the scene on Mr. Stanfield's measurements did not in fact encroach within the minimum clearance?
That's correct.
Space. Okay.
You're correct.
So Mr. Stanfield has recorded 5 metres as being the vegetation side clearance to the network. Do you see that?
I do, that's correct.
And does this mean a minimum of 5 metres from the closest point of the assets to the closest point of the vegetation?
Closest point to the conductor to the vegetation.
Thank you. Then below, he's recorded 8 metres as the vegetation height above the network. Do you see that?
I do see that.
What does vegetation height above the network mean?
That's above the conductor.
tell me if I understand your evidence correctly. If there was 5 metres in between the nearest vegetation and the assets, the conductors, the clearance space was not in fact encroached because you only needed to maintain a 3 metre clearance at this scene.
That's correct.
Therefore, the clearance category determining a timeframe for rectification simply didn't arise because there was no encroaching within minimum distances.
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
Therefore, the clearance categories, vegetation clearance categories, which determine a timeframe for rectification, simply didn't arise because there was no encroachment within minimal clearance distances.
That's correct.
That's your understanding. And you say to Her Honour that Mr Stanfield was incorrect in nominating a vegetation clearance category.
Yes, based on the images. Yeah, that's correct.
Well, not just the images, also the measurements he's included.
That's correct.
Okay. Can Mr Stanfield, conducting this sort of an investigation, the additional targeted program to identify Tier 2 defects, can he similarly flag hazard trees even though they might sit outside minimum clearance distances?
That was the intention of the program. That's correct.
So the specific intention here is a little different to the vegetation management scoping because it's specifically focused on fall-in hazards or Tier 2 defects or hazard trees, however described.
That's correct.
Okay. Did Mr Stanfield here identify 3 eucalypts that he categorised as being in a state of severe decline?
Yes, he has.
And then if we go over to page 136, did Mr Stanfield identify these trees as being mature eucalypt trees?
That's correct.
Just as an aside, if you, on page 136, look at the reference to mature, do you see there the definition is less than 20% to 80% of its life expectancy already elapsed?
I do.
Should that in fact read less than 20%, greater than 20% to less than 80% of life expectancy?
That would make more sense, yes.
Then if we come over to page 137, did Mr Stanfield here identify a number of the defects that you've said to Her Honour today an arborist might look for in trying to assess whether a tree was in visibly poor health or had poor structural integrity?
Yes, he has.
So he's identified stubs, inclusions, splits and a trunk lean.
That's correct.
Then if we come over, please, to page 138, Mr Stanfield identified, didn't he, that the defects cause the vegetation to be a hazard to the network?
That's correct.
And the defect or the vegetation there is the 3 eucalypt trees that he had referred to earlier in his report.
To the best of my knowledge, that's correct.
I'm just going to have the photos that he added to his report now brought up on screen. Your Honour, we'll go through these in the order they appear in the brief, so from left to right. Firstly, are you able to tell from that photo, Mr Daley, which are the 3 eucalypts or any of the 3 eucalypts that Mr Stanfield identified?
No, I'm not.
There seems to be an obvious lean to the tree that sits towards the bottom right-hand side of the photo. Do you know whether or not that tree with a lean at that angle might have been one of the eucalypt trees that Mr. Stanfield said was on an angle of lean of 30?
No, I can't.
Okay. We'll move to the next photo. Again, just relying on your experience as an arborist, is there something within this photo that would highlight for you the tree might be in poor health or have poor structural integrity?
It's difficult to see in this photo based on the shadow. It's hard to determine if there's any issues with the root plate there. I can't determine that there's anything wrong with that tree from that photo based on the shadow.
All right. When you say root plate, what do you mean?
So the root plate's obviously where the roots go out, where you would see it lift up out of the ground. You'd also be looking for any visible signs that there's roots above the ground at that point in time, which from the photo and the quality, I can't see that.
Accepting that we can't interpret from the photo, is it your expectation that, sorry, I want to give him his correct title, that your vegetation officers would take photographs of trees that were in visibly poor health or had poor structural integrity?
Would be my expectation that they would be under this program, correct?
And you certainly wouldn't want them to take photos of healthy trees that had good structural integrity, would you?
No, there wouldn't be much point.
So could Her Honour infer that although the photo might not allow anyone to draw a conclusion, Mr. Stanfield presumably took it because it showed some sort of poor tree health or structural problem with the structural integrity?
He could have.
Okay. We'll move now to photo 3. We can see orange marks on 2 of the trunks there. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And is that a way that Essential Energy will sometimes mark trees that will require rectification at a later date?
Particularly tier 2 trees.
Okay. And why is it particularly tier 2 trees?
Just for the ease of identification, particularly given the volume of trees in that particular span, it will help our contractors to be able to identify which trees they need to remediate.
Very well. And then what about the pink? It looks like it's some sort of pink tie or pink rope tied around the tree to the left. Is that something Essential Energy uses to identify trees for your contractors?
We have where they hadn't had paint in the past, but I don't understand why the tape and the mark are on that tree.
Very well. We'll move now to photo 4. Now, we can see the tree that has the orange dot and the pink tag around it in this photo. Are you able to say whether the other 2 eucalypts, so that we get to the 3 eucalypts in total, are the 2 that are closest to that tree in this photo?
I can't determine the other 2, no.
And can you from this photo determine which of the trees had the angle of lean at 30?
No, I can't from the photos, no.
Very well. We'll move on to photo 5. All right, again, we can see one of the trees with the orange dot on the right-hand side of the photo. And then we see the power pole to the left. Do you know which pole that is?
No, I don't.
I want to suggest to you that it's probably pole 94 because pole 94 was furthest from Creewar Road, was further from Creewar Road than pole 95. Does that help you determine whether or not this might be pole 94 or some other pole?
Yes, that would make sense. If it's the furthest pole from Creewar Road, then it would be pole 94.
Look, it's not the furthest pole in total because presumably the poles go back to pole 93 and 92, but it seems that pole 94 was further south than pole 95. So I'm just wondering if it's safe to conclude that that's likely pole 94.
I think you can conclude that.
Now, Mr. Stanfield notified Essential Energy of his conclusions and inspections that he undertook on that day, and that led to the task being allocated for completion. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you say in your statement that it received a completion date of 21 December 2019. How was that date arrived at?
So that date, to the best of my knowledge, would have been Mr. Stanfield putting a action date on it based on the risk that he thought the trees posed. Because normally they would be a tier 2 task would have rectification timeline of 6 months. So without manual intervention, it would have defaulted to 6 months, unless there was unless there was a significant risk at that point in time.
Do you infer that Mr. Stanfield thought this rectification work couldn't wait 6 months? Let's try and get it done earlier.
It's possible that he did think that.
Are there other possibilities as to why he might have nominated or allocated a completion date of 21 December?
He may well have inadvertently pressed the wrong icon within his screen. So that's another possibility.
Now, it seems that the work was referred to Active Tree Services. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they undertook, according to your statement, some tasks, but had not entirely rectified the defect by the time that Essential followed up with them on the 13th of January. Have I understood that correctly?
You have.
What did they complete?
I don't know.
Do you know what remained to be done?
No, I do not.
They seem to have given...
Other than they needed an outage,
yes.
Which is, that's as far as the information that I have.
And does requiring an outage in order to rectify vegetation defects typically lead to a delay in the defects being rectified?
Not all the time, no. There is a 30-day limit. We do have a 30-day or 21-day lead time to get that organised, but depending on the urgency, we can bypass that.
Right. One of the things you say in this statement is you believe that the delay in rectifying the defects to those 3 eucalypts was due to the extraordinary conditions caused by the fires across the 2019-2020 summer. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And you say that resources were focused on prioritising upcoming and overdue tasks, particularly in P1 areas?
That's correct.
This was not a P1 area, was it?
No, it was P2.
But it was an overdue task, wasn't it? Although not in a P1 area.
That's correct.
So is there any other information that you have as to why the defects that Essential had identified via Mr. Stanfield's investigation had not been rectified by the time of the fire at Creewar?
No, I don't.
And is it the case that, I withdraw that, do you accept that a tree later fell on conductors at Creewar at the span in between pole 94 and 95?
I do.
But you say to the court you cannot say whether or not the tree that fell was in fact one of the 3 defect trees that Mr. Stanfield had identified.
That's correct.
We know that Essential Energy, sorry, just bear with me, losing my way in my notes. If I could just have the photo from page 99 brought up on screen. Now, I'm taking you again to a photo that was taken by the Rural Fire Service of the tree that is described as falling by natural means and making contact with the power lines. Can you see from that photo anything that allows you to draw any sort of conclusion about what might have led to the tree to fall?
No, I can't.
Did Essential Energy staff go out to the scene of the tree fall at Creewar on 23 January 2020?
They did.
And was that to conduct repairs on the at least one of the conductors?
As far as I'm aware, that's correct.
Okay. I'm going to have a page brought up on screen now, which is taken from the statement of the officer in charge. It's page 72 of the brief. Have you seen this document before?
Would you be able to zoom a little bit further for me?
Certainly, and I can give you the page reference if you want to find it in your copy electronically.
That would be great if you could.
Yep, so it's page 72 using the red numbers, bottom right corner.
Yeah, I can see that.
It seems to be an email from someone called Joseph Cullen to the Detective Senior Constable in charge of the fire investigation. Do you see that from the very top of the email?
Yeah, I do see that.
And as we come down to towards the bottom, there's a heading that says the specific locations affected.
I do see that.
And there's a reference to near pole 96 at Creewar Road.
I do see that.
And then under the heading of affected infrastructure, a reference to a crossarm was replaced and a conductor splice was installed at pole 96. Can you see that?
I do, yeah, I do.
That seems to be inconsistent with the evidence suggesting that the tree came down on conductors in the spanning between pole 94 and 95. Do you agree with that?
It does, but I don't necessarily know what damage would occur or where if the tree did fall. It's hard to tell. In my opinion, not being qualified in that respect.
We understand that pole 96 in fact sits to the north of Creewar Road, so that you have pole 94. You then have a span of, I think it's 170 metres, is it, to pole 95?
That's correct in my report.
Yep. And then we have another span of 170 metres to pole 96 to the other side of Creewar Road. And do you say it's possible that a tree falling on the span in between pole 94 and 95 would require, could cause damage to a crossarm that needed to be replaced and a conductor spliced down at pole 96, towards pole 96?
I couldn't answer that. I just don't know.
All right, tell me if you can agree or disagree with this. It's more likely, isn't it, that the crossarm that was repaired and the conductor that was spliced was in fact closer to pole 94?
Again, I couldn't answer, sorry.
If the RFS fire investigator suggests that that's where the repairs were conducted, to pole 94 rather than pole 96, is it fair to say that you don't have any reason to doubt his evidence?
No, I don't have any reason to doubt his evidence.
Very well. Could we turn over then to page 73, so the next page? Do you see there? Oh, it's on screen. I'm not sure if you'll be able to read it there.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. This looks like some sort of incident report or log with an incident number entered by David Ingram. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And if you don't know, just say so. Is this likely to be a document generated by some of the Essential Energy staff who attended the scene at the time of an electrical outage?
It would be used for that, that's correct.
Okay. If we then come over to page 74, so the next page. It's very difficult to see, so if you can't be confident, please say so. But under the heading of environmental conditions, do you see a column that says wind?
I do see that.
And it seems that someone has flagged the entry for high, although it's obscured because some of the text from the previous column spreads right across.
No, I do see that.
Does that suggest that whoever completed this form formed the conclusion that conditions at the time that the conductor fell included high wind?
It does, in my opinion.
And then if we come to page 77, if you don't know, just say so. Is this a continuation of the document we've just been looking at, or likely to be a separate document headed incident details?
That's a separate document.
Do you know when this document is typically used?
It is used after we have contact with the network, or Vegetation contacts the network.
Is this a document that one of your staff would complete, being namely here the Vegetation Officer, Darryl Worley?
That's correct.
And it looks like there was a date of inspection shown as 30 January 2020. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Do you know what that inspection would have involved on that date?
So he would have went out, obviously, and filled in the various boxes or line items he has to fill in as part of that form. So he would have been looking to see where the tree fell from, if there was any other defects in the span, if there was something wrong with the tree as well, whether it been, say, whether it had termites in it, for example. I know that's on the form. There's various check boxes on that form that Darryl has to fill in.
So this is a completely different form that your Vegetation Officer will fill in on their inspection, separate to the previous form that seems to have been filled in by one of the crew who went out to work on repairs.
That's right.
Okay. If we come over to the next page, page 78. And under evidence of contributing factors, Mr. Worley has highlighted lightning.
I do see that.
But do you say to the court that actually that is not a contributing factor to the fall of the conductor or the fall of the tree?
No.
No what? No, it's not a contributing factor, or no, you won't?
Sorry. No, it's not a contributing factor.
And in fact, have you for yourself looked to see if there was lightning strike data or any evidence of lightning strike to the tree that fell?
I haven't, but I did have a conversation with Mr. Worley about lightning being ticked as evidence of the contributing factor there.
And as a result of that conversation with Mr. Worley, did you understand he ticked it because he understood there'd been a lot of lightning in the area at the time?
And some of the fires had also started from lightning. That's correct.
But he did not have any specific evidence that he shared with you to suggest that lightning was the cause of this tree fall?
No, he didn't share any information with me.
Then if we come over, please, to page 79. we try 79? Thanks. If you have that available in the electronic copy you've got in front of you, you can look that up while we wait for it to come up on screen. I'm sorry, because I didn't give notice of that. All right. Do you see on page 79, there's an entry for how critical was the work task, and there's a reference to A4.
I do see that.
And that's a reference back to the how critical was the task that Mr. Stanfield had previously identified. Is that right?
So that's the previous, so basically there, where there's any previous tasks in the span, Darryl said yes, and he has identified that that task was identified as an A4.
But that previous work identified in the span, is that a reference to the work identified by Seamus Stanfield?
I don't believe it is.
All right, what do you think it's a reference to?
I think that the information is consistent with the what we call the total safe log that you showed previously from our line staff. I think the information is very similar to that. I think he's referencing a different span there.
All right, so what do you think the reference to A4 as to how critical was the work task? What span or what job do you think that's referring to?
I think that's referring to the work in 95 to 96.
The work that had been scoped by Active Tree Services, is that right?
That's what I believe.
All right, thank you.
To the best of my knowledge.
And finally, the RFS fire investigator conducted a scene investigation in April of 2020, and he observed a second tree at the scene that he thinks was deliberately felled with machinery assistance. Do you know whether or not Essential Energy felled another tree at the scene through bulldozers or some other sort of machinery assistance?
No, I don't.
Is that something that Essential Energy might do if, in responding to an outage, they see another tree that might cause a risk once the infrastructure or the conductors are repaired? Sorry.
It's not something, machine of that type is not something that we regularly use. It was probably more used during the fire recovery, so it wouldn't have been, in my opinion, utilised. It could have been the landowner, as far as I'm aware of. I don't know who's actually removed that tree.
But is it your evidence? There's no reason to think that it was something done by Essential Energy?
No, there's not.
Your Honour, those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms Ward. Ms Woodland.
No questions, Your Honour.
Ms Rose, any questions?
No questions, Your Honour.
Ms Pintos Lopez.
No questions, Your Honour.
Thanks very much. Mr Daley, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Your Honour, that's the last witness for the Krewa cluster at this stage. It may well be that this matter goes through to a stage 2 hearing. Your Honour now has the benefit of the documentary material contained within Exhibit 60A, as well as the oral testimony from New South Wales Police, the RFS and Essential Energy witnesses heard over the course of today. At a later stage in Your Honour's inquiry into the 2019-2020 bushfire season, those assisting Your Honour will formally address Your Honour on the cause and origin of the Krewa, the Big Jack Mountain and the Postman's Trail fires. In that regard, I can foreshadow now that formal submissions are likely to be made that the cause of the Krewa fire was the fall of an electrical conductor at approximately 11:17 a.m. on 23 October 2020 after a fallen tree impacted on power lines near Creewar Road. The origin of the fire is near the corner of Creewar and New Line Roads, Creewar, in the vicinity of coordinates minus 36.713017, 149.391650. The cause of the Postman's Trail fire, so named on 26 January 2020, is undetermined, despite a reasonable suspicion that it was likely caused by spotting from the Creewar fire, occurring sometime prior to 7:40 p.m. on 23 January 2020. The origin of the fire is within the Southeast Forest National Park, south of the Cattleman's Track and north of the Postman's Link Track. The cause of the Big Jack Mountain fire is undetermined, despite a suspicion that it may have been caused by a lightning strike occurring on the afternoon of 20 January 2020 between 12:35 p.m. and 1:53 p.m. The origin of the fire is within the Southeast Forest National Park, proximate to Big Jack Mountain Road. Can I invite Your Honour to stand this matter over till the 5th of September, when hearings will resume? Clearly, between now and then, Your Honour will make a determination of matters that proceed to the Stage 2 hearing, and we will notify the parties, including details of a hearing schedule for that September tranche of hearings. I'm asked to raise this in circumstances where we will now turn to a consideration of listing and preparation for Stage 2. There are a number of statements that remain outstanding from the New South Wales authorities, for want of a better phrase, so the Rural Fire Service and/or National Parks and/or Forestry. And some of these statements were first sought by way of a letter on the 8th of April of this year. An extension was granted until the 10th of June. Then there's been a further extension to the 24th of June. And at the directions hearing that we held on the 16th, Your Honour granted a further extension to the 29th of June, so today. Now, we do understand that some statements have been received today, but a number still remain outstanding. And we require those statements, Your Honour, as soon as possible, because they will inform Your Honour's consideration as to what we do next with the hearing dates that we've allocated for September of this year.
Well, that's absolutely vital that we receive those statements as soon as possible. I don't know if anything needs to be said about that. Ms. Woodland, I think that comes within your territory.
It does, Your Honour. My understanding is that there were six responses requested. 3 of those have been provided, leaving 3 outstanding. Now, I understand some of the information requested is highly complex, requiring a lot of technical input from various areas within RFS. And I know that those outstanding reports are being treated as a matter of great priority. I also know there's been an undertaking to provide those as each one becomes available rather than within one batch.
Are you able to give any indication of when we will have those 3 outstanding statements?
I would need to get instructions about a date, but I have been assured they're being treated with the utmost priority.
We might ask that you provide a date to those assisting me.
I can do that, Your Honour.
Thank you.
We're concerned to make full use of the time available to us in September. So hearings in some form or another will start on the 5th because we can't have valuable court time not put to good use.
All right, thank you, Ms. Woodland. Unless there's anything else, we will adjourn until the 5th of September.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you.